Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy DELRAY, Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. Thank you for tuning in again. They're about to start in the courtroom, y'all. The gavel coverage. You know how we do it. More importantly, hit the like button, hit the share button. Thank you for everybody who's been hanging around. Like I said, you know, the more people we get in here, the more truth and facts and discernment we're going to have in regards to law, how it works, people's innermost fears, the lies they tell, how people are coached, how people are misguided, how sometimes we are misunderstood, if you will, and subjected to things that a lot of people may not be subjected to from that perspective. Like I said before, but we here, ladies and gentlemen. We here. We here this morning. And so, see, as we get into it, you know what time it is. Hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the thumbs up. Go back. Boom. So check this out. Yeah, before they get into it, we like to do it like this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Straight Game TV.
Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. To play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Let's go this morning. 2 minutes ago, they said before they bring the jury in, the judge, I understand the press is doing their best with the orders. What about Jane's text? Prosecution Comey, I feel I need to personally read them before releasing them to the press. How about Saturday or Friday exhibits? Judge, don't kill yourself. From that perspective, this is where we are. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, they have a young lady, Anna, I believe her name is Anna, right? And she's gonna be going under Jane Doe or Jane something like that. I think Jane Doe, if you will. I think I heard this story before, but more importantly, in regards to this story, let me take y'all here for a minute. Check it out. You see this right here, right? This young lady actually knows Diddy. This is something that has come up. I think I heard this story before. This was one of the people that was suing. I think they're going for the gusto because they were only supposed to have a certain amount of witnesses, if you will, testify. This young lady right here, as you can see, she's sitting on Diddy's lap. And, PD, if you see, believe she's the young lady. Anna is her real name or what she goes by. I think she's going to be the Jane Doe that's going to testify today that Diddy allegedly assaulted her or something of that nature. Now, I say that because when we understand what is actually going on here, when you understand what's going on, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is not RICO. These are not predicate acts of RICO. If they're trying to, my thing is they're trying to drum up as much disgust about Diddy from these women alleging what they're alleging. Everybody has a lawsuit, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody wants some money, And so once again, none of these lawsuits, and I've been saying this since the beginning, none of these lawsuits came until Cassie filed hers, including the young lady Banner, who's in the courtroom today, who they're gonna resume with, right? And so when we understand that for being what that really actually is, I think we can understand usually what this really truly is all about. It's not about a RICO act. They had Sammy the Bull Gravano and Michael Francis on News Nation yesterday. And these guys are mobsters, ex-mobsters. And like I said, once again, Sammy the Bull Gravano, I would take it from him before I would take it from anybody. He was one person who was involved in the outfit, involved in RICO, involved in the mafia, and all of those things. And when they asked him, is this a RICO act? Sammy the Bull Gravano said no. He named, the violence and all of those things. All of those things are domestic. When you talk about a predicate acts of RICO and all of those things and the things that they were doing, once again, you have a one-man RICO case. And more importantly, Michael Francis, he said something also. Michael Francis says that not only the one-man RICO case, but the fact that, they're trying to make it appear as if these people who are getting these deals, like Banner, she doesn't remember anything on cross-examination, but on direct, she was bringing the house down, if you will, from that perspective. And so, like I said, we're waiting right now. Let's see. Let's do this. She was bringing the house down. Banner was a drug runner. She was a drug runner for personal habits that her and Cassie and maybe Diddy sometimes participated in, and they got high together. She wasn't a part of anything that was major in any kind of RICO act. You understand what I'm saying? She testified yesterday that they would give her money and she would go get drugs for them. You know what I mean? Because they probably couldn't be seen on the same. And that was just sometimes. And also, they were asking, the defense was asking her, well, can you name some of your drug dealers? And you know what I mean? She was like, oh, no, I don't think I can do that. AUSA Comey, the reporters are not officers of the court, and they won't know what has to not be reported. That's why I want to review them myself. I don't think there is a real constitutional issue here. Inner city press disagrees. Once again, so the inner city press is always trying to fight for the information to be released. All of these sidebars, all of these other things, you know what I mean, that we keep hearing about and keep going on. Most people be trying to figure out, like, hey, what's going on, at the end of the day. So I think that's the most important part. So when we talk about, just the big picture of what it is and what it isn't, right? J Mac, Stephen, Baltimore World, B-Town Entertainment, Queen for Life, Anna Lee, Riz Lyricist, 6 Block Music, Sandra Love, Cut Creatives. Welcome everybody. Yo, hit the like button, hit the share button. More importantly, like I said, we over here, we're gonna decipher today. I can't wait till they get Banner back up on the stand. I want to see the difference in how much they coached her last night, and versus what it was yesterday. But I think Westmoreland is still gonna continue to cross-examine. Yeah. I think she's going to still continue to cross-examine. And like I said, once again, she claimed not to remember. It's a lot of things that she claimed to not remember. you know, that on, like I say, on direct examination, we seen her, basically get caught in lies, man. Where the party was at, she was held over the thing. Cassie saying she said that Cassie didn't see her get assaulted or hung over the thing, and it's a whole lot of corroboration going on that we don't know about, like I said. But when you pay attention to the testimony of what Cassie said versus what this young lady Banner said, she tried to make herself seem like she was a fashion designer, and she wasn't really none of those things. She was just a hang around. Cassie kind of took a liking to her. She was cool. You know what I mean? She knew where to get some drugs and things like that. That's what it seemed like to me. Didn't really seem like it was much there. Like I said, once again, you don't recall her really working on any kind of projects or any kind of work with them, in regarding anything, series, makeup, hair design, or anything like that. The judge submarine, the type of information that Miss Comey wants to redact, is it just a matter of timing, or should we adjourn for the day to permit redactions? No, I reject that. The First Amendment does not require that. The government is making accommodations. Okay. So we're gonna see should get started here real soon. Like I seen a lot of news last night. They had a few people on that were talking about it. Like I said, how many times she said, "I don't know, I don't know, I don't remember," but like I said, during that direct examination, she was on point about everything, talking about the knife and seeing all of these things, right? Like I said, once again, in for instance, the knife situation when she said that Diddy came over there and he came in the door, knocked on the door, and then he came in the door. And I'm like, well, if he knocked on the door, he came in the door. And then when Westmoreland asked him, well, how did he get in? She was like, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? You know what I mean? It's like if I'm sitting there and as we all people, sitting here, we watching like, well, if somebody knock on the door, then they come to the door, either the door unlocked or they got a key or they kick the door down. Right? It's one of three things. You know what I mean? And so, I believe, in fact, it was the party or whatever. Like I said, wasn't really sure. They said it was a party. It was a hotel, but then the girl Bama said she had to tell Cassie she got her facts wrong. It wasn't a hotel. It was an apartment. It was Cassie apartment or something like that. And so, yeah, just trying to iron out the truth from the lies, has been a real, and not the lies that Diddy's telling, but the lies that are being told, if you will, right? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. A little something else to add to it. Like I said, hit the like button, hit the share button, share it on your Facebook, share it on your Instagram, share it on whatever they allow you to share it on. Tell them to come on over here to Straight Game, because like I said, we conversating and we congregating and definitely trying to learn something from what's going on and in the process help each other understand what it is that we watching here. The prosecution, we want a screenshot of Miss Ventura's communication to Miss Karam about Miss Bongolan being dangled off the balcony of the judge. How does the balcony incident connect with the indictment? Prosecution, it shows Mr. Combs' violence and that Miss Ventura is aware. Coercion. Get the fuck out of here. Coercion, and to do what? Coercing her to do what? You gotta, what's the predicate act that he's coercing her to do? Coercing her to stay? Well, shit, every man that ever that bought his woman a gift, right? Let's talk about it. Every man that has ever bought his woman a gift after they got into an argument or a fight should be locked up and put in jail for coercion. He bought her a gift and some flowers and he apologized. He coerced her to stay. Come on, y'all. This is crazy. And now you got to understand, this is out of the jury's presence. So all of that, when she said coercion and all of that, that's actually out of the jury's presence, right? So. They had a rough day yesterday, boy. They like, man, we need a snapshot of it shows Mr. Combs' violence. We already seen that, y'all. They showed the video yesterday. You know the crazy part? They showed the video yesterday under the guise of the video and audio expert, right? You know, they showed the video again. You know what I mean? And so when we understand Diddy's violent. He should have been put in jail a long time ago for domestic violence. You know? And so at the end of the day, it's like, okay, we know that. Coercion. So coerce, what were they trying to coerce Bongolan being dangled off the balcony, right? What was the coercion there? She couldn't even remember the whole story. So now it's like, so you see now they're trying to backtrack. So what they trying to do is, so after Westmoreland gets done with her cross-examination, they're gonna go back for a redirect, and then Westmoreland can come back for a recross, right? And so that's basically what it is. So they're trying to get that prepared. You know, right here, read Cassie's words, blah, blah, blah. And then, does that refresh your memory? It's not about Cassie refreshing Bongolan's memory. It's about Bongolan knowing what happened because she said it happened to her. Right? But, man, if they want you to believe something else, some tricky people, man. Some tricky people. Absolutely, Natesman. See, Natesman, I understand. I love your research and how you going about understanding this, right? Because at the end of the day, when you think about the crazy part is, this is the thing about the government, and it's like, well, the hell with what Cassie did. That's why she came and testified. You got to know, and I tried to explain to people, the young lady Bongolan, she has immunity. I believe, I'm not sure, because they didn't say anything about it. I don't know if Cassie has immunity. I don't know, but I think under the threat of, or for whatever reason, Cassie felt like she was compelled to testify because she was subpoenaed or whatever it was, right? Cassie's just, she's a co-conspirator in this situation, right? And it's just as simple as that. You can't really get around that, but the government can say, well, hey, you know what? Like they gave the young lady that's going to be recrossed again today, they gave her immunity. Why? She went to cop drugs. She went to purchase drugs for Cassie. She was Cassie's get high buddy, right? And so So from those acts, and like I said once again, it's like, well, what part of a conspiracy was she in? What part of a racketeering and corrupt organization was she in? It's not RICO. It's simply not. Like I said, first of all, where were they? Second of all, what did she do? Because when she said that Diddy came in the house, he was like, oh, she said, he said, you know what the fuck you did. What did she do? Did she steal money? Did she steal drugs? Because Cassie testified that she used to steal Diddy's drugs. She used to steal his pills, right? Once again, shit like that just gets overlooked. But we're not really focused on her stealing drugs. We need this RICO case to be what the RICO case needs to be. You know what I mean? No. Somebody steals something from you, you don't handle it under the law that they said that you gotta, file charges, go through the process. So what? I can give it to a judge who don't know me, don't know what went on. Now I gotta come and bring it before him and he can nah, man. You know what I mean? A lot of times people gonna put hands on you. You stole from them. That's a personal thing, man. Especially when they trusted you in their space. So we really don't know what happened, but we do know Cassie testified that she stole Diddy's drugs, right? And we know that Slim, the Bongolan young lady, she basically said she was a dope fiend at one time. You know what I'm saying? And she was addicted to drugs and all of these other things, y'all. Fatima's in the building. What's good? Mo Better, Kathy Rose, Nate Smith, what else? Money Mike, Cut Creatives, Mar Dizzle, Annan Lee. Now, I wouldn't say she's strung out to this day because she just had a baby. I would hope she wouldn't be, you know what I mean? But, yeah, like I said, once again, Combs Alexander Shapiro said it should not be admitted. It is a backward-looking statement. Right, absolutely. So basically, they're talking about the screenshot, and Alexandra Shapiro said it should not be admitted as evidence. It is a backward-looking statement. Prosecutors, the screenshot was captured in September 2016, shortly after the incident. Shapiro, it doesn't say how Miss Ventura heard about it. Could have been from somewhere else. Absolutely. Now, see, once again, remember yesterday they talked about the situation in regards to the young lady basically saying that Cassie was there at this situation, and then they had the altercation. What they're arguing, and they're basically saying is that the screenshot, the prosecution is basically saying they want the communication to Miss Karam about Miss Bongolan being dangled off the balcony. The judge, how does the balcony incident connect with the indictment, right? AUSA, it shows Mr. Combs' violence and that Miss Ventura is aware. Coercion, right? All of this is out of the jury. What's the name? So then Diddy's lawyers come back basically saying it should not be admitted. It is a backward-looking statement. The prosecution says the screenshot was captured in September 2016, shortly after the incident. That's not shortly after. Then in March, April, May, June, July, August, September. That's like 6 months. 6 months. I mean, when you say shortly after, you know what I mean? Shortly after is a week, 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Something like that, you know? Shapiro, it doesn't say how Miss Ventura heard about it. Could have been from someone else. You see what I'm saying? So, it don't say how she heard about it, So using that, it's vague. So, and it's misleading, if you will, right? Good lawyering, man. Good lawyering. No, Gina not Jane Doe. Gina not going. She's not going testify. Let me show you all again who the alleged Jane Doe is from that perspective. This is basically who they're saying, but I don't think, I think Gina got her check. She gone. Yeah, she gone. This is the young lady that they said that the Jane Doe is, because I think she's also suing Diddy also. And so, but this right here, I remember this situation here in regards to what was being said in regards to, I think she said she had smoked some weed or something like that around Diddy, and it was allegedly laced with something. You gonna hear it. Like I said, you see where she's at. You see she's in Diddy, and this is allegedly, right? This is supposed to be the person that is testifying under that. You see, she's been in Diddy's space before, sitting on his lap, you know, got her little skirt on, you know what I mean? And so this is somebody who's going to be testifying allegedly today. This is the young lady. Like I said before, here's another picture of her again, right? So as to what they're going to use that for, who knows? Like I said, we just need to hear the story and how it cuts out, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, like I said, when we talk about, my thing is, when we talk about the alleged trafficking incident, right? When they talk about the trafficking situation, you got to understand. All right. So now they're saying one person. If they're saying one person, right? They're saying one person. So, okay. There's 2 counts of sex trafficking. Who are the 2 counts? I'm trying to figure out who are the 2 counts, right? Who are the 2 counts? I know Cassie, I suspect Cassie to be one, but who's the other one? Right? And so, but I guess they said, well, 2 counts. They charge with 2 counts. Listen to me, y'all. They charge with 2 counts, but they only have 1. You know what I mean? And so when you go over the evidence, it's like, you know, this is the game that they play. We're going to charge them with 2 counts, even though Cassie's our star witness. These other people testifying are it's just pile on. Let's pile on. Let's hopefully we can get the jury and persuade them that this is a RICO case. Right? So I ran y'all through what Diddy was charged with, what the charges actually were. And so, you know, that's what we're dealing with. Yeah, Anna Kane. Okay. Yeah. He said, Mike Money said, Gina in the honeycomb hideout. Yeah, Gina got that check. She gone. Her lawyer took the money. Like, they reached out real fast. Like, look, you know. But like I said, more importantly, you know, like I said, I did a video on how I thought that if, you know, what Gina was saying was true, you know, and they're probably trying to tell people, you know, what it is and all of these other things. And yeah, it's just, you know, this is the way they've been playing for 400 years, man. They told you that slavery was good until it wasn't. You know what I mean? You know. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, could have been someone else, man. Like I said, the prosecution, they still trying to, they got a lot of making up to do from yesterday. And like I said, if it gets any worse with this new witness on the stand, I mean, they actually bringing people in here that basically saying that they were, she said, sexually assaulted by Diddy. Like I said, come on, man. The young girl, the girl, Bongolan, she Bongolan, she basically said that when Diddy allegedly grabbed her and picked her up like by her underarms, right, or whatever, and put her up and hung her over the back, they made it seem like he grabbed her by her feet, took her and hung her over there, face down first, in like some movie or something like that. That's simply not what happened. But on one side of that, she basically said that this is what she said. When Diddy picked her up, like, you pick your baby up underneath their arms and then you put them on your hip or whatever. She said when Diddy grabbed her, he groped her by, what's the name in her titties? Get the fuck out of here, man. You have been around this man. It took her a year. It took her a whole year to actually even meet Diddy. So she had been hanging out with Cassie, getting high and, probably getting drugs for Cassie or whatever, and they getting high together. She didn't meet Diddy for a whole year, right? And then when she did get a chance to meet Diddy, she testified that Diddy was apprehensive, he really, but like, hey, meeting somebody or whatever. And so when she says that he picked her up, that he groped me, he rubbed his hands across, get the fuck out of here. If any contact was made, if somebody grabbed you like that, it's incidental. It ain't got nothing to do with that. Like I said, now if it's true, it's alleged. If it's true that he dangled her over the balcony, right? If that's true, we don't know, right? Then he was wrong for doing that, wrong for assaulting or whatever, whatever that is. And so, like I said, come on, man. Come on. And I mean, that's part of her lawsuit. Ladies and gentlemen, she said Diddy threw her down on the patio furniture or whatever, right? And for that situation, she won $10 million, y'all. $10 million. Fuck out of here. What are you talking about? She didn't even go to the doctor. She don't even have a doctor bill. You know how most people, you get in a car accident, whenever they send you to the doctor. You know what I mean? You go, your car messed up, whatever. They tell you how much damage, whatever. You go to the doctor. They look you up. Yeah, you got a, fractured, whatever. She didn't even go to the doctor. How you gonna get $10 million? You don't even know what was injured. She had some bruises. That's what shit. You don't even know them bruises came from that situation. Come on, man. Man. Tell me, she had a neck brace. Or this neck brace is from. We don't know where you got the neck brace from. You could have went to the health store. You see what I'm saying? None of this stuff was documented by any medical professionals, man. But she won $10 million though through her lawyer. Crazy as boy. Shit is crazy, boy. You sit back and you think about it, man. It's like, wow. It said Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accusers, who is testifying under a pseudonym, will read text message conversations aloud in the court when she takes the stand. Prosecutors said this morning discussions arose as a group of media outlets argued for access to the exhibits admitted into evidence during Jane's testimony. As of now, the judge has said no exhibits will be shown to the public in the courtroom, and the prosecution will eventually release the exhibits to the press. Right? While the judge denied the media application, Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey said she'll have Jane read the text messages aloud, so they'll be heard. Hold on. This is funny, dude. This is funny. So basically they're saying the balcony incident testimony shows mob-like behavior. Prosecutors need to prove illegal, mob-like behavior. Mob-like behavior for what? He was mad at the girl if like I said, if they can show, once again, these are accusations. Mob-like behavior? So now they don't have the predicate felony information needed to basically make the case. So now they're saying the balcony incident shows mob-like behavior. Wow. Wow. Crazy, right? Told you. Say a woman's testimony that Sean P. Diddy Combs dangled her over a 17-story balcony demonstrated mob-like behavior. This is how they the wordplay that they use. Mob-like behavior. The prosecutors need to prove racketeering conspiracy. Former federal prosecutor Elise Adamson said today. Brianna Bongolan testified yesterday that Combs held her over the balcony and threw her into balcony furniture. So now, hold on, y'all. If anybody, you listen to what they're basically saying. They're basically saying if anybody gets into any kind of scuffle with their wife, girlfriend, or significant other, and y'all happen to get into a fight, then you could be charged with racketeering, ladies and gentlemen. That could be considered mob-like behavior. That's basically what they're saying, right? We still don't know where the situation took place, right? It said Combs held her over the balcony, threw her into the balcony furniture. On September 2016, the incident was previously mentioned in a civil lawsuit filed by Bongolan against Combs in November 2024. I think it's extremely impactful if the jury ultimately believes it, Adamson said on one of these networks, right? The mob-like behavior, Adamson said, and like I said, this is wordplay. These are characterizations. This is what they do when they, you know what I mean? It's like mob-like behavior. No, it's not mob-like behavior. He wasn't trying to extort anything from her. He wasn't trying to get anything from her, right? So if that were the case, then yeah, you could say that. First, they were saying that Diddy allegedly asked Cassie mother, for money, so he wouldn't release the videos and all of this, that, and the other. It simply wasn't true. Ladies and gentlemen, we about to get started with this testimony. Westmoreland, let's go. Westmoreland is back, baby. Let's get it. And knowing what they coming with, judge says all rise. Miss Bongolan, the jury, all rise. Judge, juries, we have a lunch coming in for you. We're going to take a shorter break. Miss Westmoreland, Combs, Westmoreland. What is this a photo of? Bongolan, drugs, Westmoreland. You sent this picture to Cassie. She says yes. Let's go. Let's go. Westmoreland had the time to kick back and get her gaming gear, right? So you sent this to Cassie, huh? Let's do it. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Share it on your Instagram. Share it on your Facebook, your Twitter, your LinkedIn, whatever you got. Share it. Let them know. Come on over here, get some of the straight game, man. Like I say, we conversating and congregating and trying to learn something new. How about this justice system work? Westmoreland, now DX 1287. What's this? Bongolan. Some type of drugs. Westmoreland. How many types? Bongolan. I can't tell. Westmoreland. You're still doing drugs with Cassie on May 31st, 2016, right? Bongolan. Yes. Hello. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Should be an interesting day today. See, right, she gonna set her up again, catch her another one of them lies, man. And gonna call her out for the lie. You forget somebody's on trial fighting for their life, man. What they talking about, they gonna give you life. Anthony X, Hustle Hard. Sticky, what's good? Dia, Ray Johnson. Throughmonger, what's happening? Dickie Leonard, JP, Six Gunner, what's good? Thanks for coming back. So May, remember the situation at the Intercontinental was on March 5th of 2016. Cassie still going at it on May 31st, 2016. You know what I mean? In the public, she looking stunning, but behind the scenes, she was a hot mess. And like I said, she sent pictures of drugs. Like, which one do you want? Which one of these pills you want? He said he had joints, bags, nickels and dime bags, good cold Colombian smoke, acid, grain, good cocaine, nicotine, morphine, and amphetamines. You know, to top it off, he got Tylenol. If you get a headache, you know, she got it all. Which one you want? It's crazy. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Westmoreland. Just before this, Cassie had threatened your life. Listen. See, they ain't talk about this. She's supposed to be friends talking about Diddy did whatever he did it. Listen, y'all. Westmoreland, just before this, Mr. Combs threatened your life. I'm sorry, Mr. Combs threatened your life. Bongolan, yes. Westmoreland. You weren't scared to continue dealing with Cassie. She said, Bongolan said, I guess not. Westmoreland, okay. You said Mr. Combs groped your breast. Objection. Judge, ask again. Remember I just told y'all about that? You said he groped your breast. Fuck out of here, man. We seen the type of women that Diddy like, right? Let's be clear, man. You know, a lot of things we can say about Diddy, right? Diddy done had some bad females, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, he might like some strange, weird shit. You know what I mean? We can't, you know, when we try to make that kind of argument, right? But we done seen him with some bad females. You know, Misa and her prime, Sarah Chapman, you know. So come on. And then, like I said, him groping her, and she's not even in the guys, you know what I mean, from her own testimony, right? Come on, man. See? She trying to get that check. And she know that coming to this criminal court, right, you know, and saying all of this, right, you know, is going to help kind of lead her into getting the check, so she think. Combs, Westmoreland, Mr. Tyrone said Mr. Combs groped your breast. True? Bongolan, some of the things he wrote were not true. Listen, y'all. Listen, y'all. Listen. Some of the things he wrote were not true. Listen, she's sitting there saying that it's not true. Remember, I'm just going over, like, you know, we as men, you know, we like certain things, but it's like, come on, man, I'm not what I look like, you know what I mean? But once again, Westmoreland, you fired him and hired a new civil lawyer, and they drafted a lawsuit. You reviewed it, Bongolan, to the best of my ability. See? Now she only has limited ability when it comes to reviewing a lawsuit that she asking for $10 million for. See what I'm saying? Make this shit make some kind of sense, man. Huh? Make it make some kind of sense, right or wrong, y'all? Yeah. He had a thing. Yeah, he had a thing. Yeah, Sarah Chapman. Yeah, that whole thing. Yeah, you're right about that. Classy in the building. What's good? Fatima in the house. Mr. Vengati, welcome back. RB, Who else? Queen for Life. Welcome back. Susie, what's good? Coy Fields. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Now she had, Bongolan got limited ability now, Did you read the lawsuit that your new lawyer filed, right? Right. She said a lot. He put a lot of things in there. That's a swipe on Tyrone Blackburn. If he watching this trial right now, that's not a good thing for Tyrone Blackburn. Because this young lady, Bongolan, just said some of the things he wrote were not true. So he put a lot of stuff in the lawsuit that actually wasn't true. That's not a good look. Wow. And the fact that she admitted that the lawyer would put something in the lawsuit that wasn't true is very important. Like I said, once again, Bongolan has immunity, if you will. See, look. I want y'all to look at the tweet rate. When it was something, you could tell how biased, Twitter is and how they do things, right? From the perspective of you look at the tweet rate. If it's something negative about Diddy, oh man, that shit go out over 10,000, sometimes 18, 20,000 retweets, right? If it ain't, that shit go out 3,000, 2,000, right? Because they do not want people to understand and know, like, hold on, what's really going on? We just need you to focus on the narrative that we're trying to give you and the view that we're trying to give you. That's all. We don't need you to think. We don't need you to see the truth statements. We don't need you to see the testimony that's actually coming from out the courtroom. We need you to focus on the 30-second narrative that we give you, right? Simple. And like I said, once again, the thing of note is the fact that she said, I was scared of Diddy. And remember, they was getting high in Miami. Remember the last time she said she was like in 2018, right? They was getting high in Miami, right? But I think Westmoreland coming back up to the point where she said, where she lied, right? Watch this. They're going to catch her. Again. It says Brianna Bongolan testified she continued to do drugs and associate with Cassie even after when she said she was threatened by Combs. When asked if she was scared, Bongolan responded, I guess not. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, what she say? First she said she was petrified, right? Now on the cross-examination, the prosecution asked her, the defense asked her, Breonna Bongolan testified that she continued to do drugs and associate with Cassie Ventura even after when she said she was threatened by Combs, right? Diddy told her that he was going to kill her, right? That's what she said, right? So when asked if she was scared, Bongolan responded, I guess not. Evidently she wasn't scared because it didn't happen. She lying, right? Or the dope, getting drugs was meant more than her worrying about somebody was going to kill her. It was either Diddy or the drugs was going to get her first. Which one was going to kill her first? Diddy or the drugs? Right? Huh? Diddy or what was going to kill her? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Yeah. Absolutely. Westmoreland, look at this document only for the parties, ma'am. Isn't it true that your lawyer, Mr. Tyrone, alleged for the first time sexual assault, and although you knew it was untrue, you began repeating it? Bongolan. Can you rephrase that? She trying to be the judge too. She asking her, can you rephrase that? No, she can't. She just said what she just said. Ladies and gentlemen, let's check this out now. I want you to understand something, because she said Tyrone Blackburn said something in the he said a lot of things that were false in his first lawsuit, but she fired him, right? Westmoreland question is very important. Look at this document only for the parties. Ma'am, isn't it true that your lawyer, Mr. Tyrone, alleged for the first time sexual assault, and although you knew it was untrue, you began repeating it? Bongolan. Can you rephrase that? No. You understand what she's saying. Can you put it in drug terms? Here we go. Let's do it better for her. Westmoreland, Mr. Tyrone alleged that Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you, right? Bongolan, I can't speak for him. What you mean? Oh, okay, that's that coaching. Westmoreland, you speak for you. You kept repeating the lie about grabbing your breast. Can you restate it? Okay. See, now she playing games. You can see she playing games, and she's playing the games that the prosecution told her to play last night. So whenever she asks you something that might be difficult for you to ask, right? I need you to ask her to repeat it again, right? This is what they told her last night. So you see that, right? She just did that before, right? First, in the first paragraph, look at the tactic now. Westmoreland asked her, look at this document, right? Only for the parties, ma'am. Is it true that your lawyer, Mr. Tyrone, alleged for the first time sexual assault, and although you knew it was untrue, you began repeating it? Bongolan says what? Can you rephrase that, right? Then come down here, you say, Mr. Tyrone alleged that Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you. She said, I can't speak for him. What do you mean you can't speak for him? No, you speak for you. You kept repeating the lie about grabbing your breast. Bongolan, can you restate it? So she's playing this game now. But guess what? Westmoreland ready for her. She know the tactics, man. Crazy, right? Crazy, right? She just said that he put a lot of stuff in there that was untrue when she asked her the first time. So you know it's a lie. You know it's a lie. You know what I mean? Come on, man. And guess what? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. And Westmoreland gonna come back just as nice and eloquently and articulately. She's gonna come back and do this. Check this out now. Watch this. Westmoreland, you continued accusing Mr. Combs of sexually assaulting you even though you knew it was not true. Bongolan, it's really hard to commit to the whole sentence. Listen to her, ladies and gentlemen. She's playing game, and see, the jury see this shit. You know, and I'm telling y'all, and I told y'all before, look how them retweets going out. Only 2,200, but they don't want to know the truth, man. They don't want to know the truth that this young lady up here lying, bro. I can't, listen to me. And you talking to somebody, right? You know, see, most people get frustrated. You know what I'm talking about, right? You be ready to go upside somebody here talking about, it's really hard to commit to the whole sentence, right, Westmoreland? You knew sexual assault was the only way you could sue. I don't recall. Ladies and gentlemen, get this bum up off the stand. She made herself look like, man. She said, I can't. It's really hard to commit to the whole sentence. Right. Because she lied, y'all. She lied. She got caught in the lie. Now, listen, you knew what she said, what Westmoreland said. You knew sexual assault was the only way you could sue, right? I don't recall. You don't recall whether you were sexually assaulted or not? See? Got her ass. She ain't even talking that talk. She was talking under direct. Don't focus on that. Listen, here we go. Come on, y'all, let's go. Get the likes up. Click the share button, ladies and gentlemen. We need the people to come in here to see this, man. We need to share on, like I said, share on your Instagram, your Twitter, your Facebook. Westmoreland, you say you were screaming. Are you aware of anyone else calling the police? Bongolan, I don't think so. Westmoreland, you didn't go to an urgent care. I didn't. Westmoreland, you didn't tell the chiropractor what happened. No. Wow. I don't recall. Hello. I heard another YouTuber yesterday over on their channel, some girl, she over there making excuses. It's better to say you don't remember if you don't recall. You know, this is, and the sad part about it is, under direct, she wasn't saying all of those things. She was like, oh my God, Diddy's in trouble. He hung her over the balcony. You know, so the bias is there. And a lot of people is just hate though. You know what I mean? They hate that, you know, Diddy got the money he got. He's successful as he is. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, you got to pay attention to what's going on. You please got to pay attention to what's going on. Hit the like button, hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. We ain't begging, we just asking. Let's go. She said, I don't recall. Hello. I'm glad that came out too, right? Westmoreland, why not? Why, asking her, why didn't you go to urgent care? Bongolan, I was scared. Okay. The girlfriend, what's her name? Sarah or Friday? Okay. So Sarah or Friday? Westmoreland, a full name, please. I think Sarah Siddell, SP, something like that. It was a while ago. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, you know, it was a while ago. Somebody, your girlfriend. Yeah, we need the full name. Sarah Siddell, right? She don't remember her ex first name. Last first and last. Friday, Sarah or Friday. Wow. And say, Clancy say, lock her stupid ass up. It could be. Could be, huh? Yeah, I mean, they can object all they want. Like I said, you got to choose. You got to choose when you want to object, because I mean, after a while, it's kind of like they objecting to everything, right? And it's like, yeah, it just comes across as bad. Doesn't come across as, like I said, objection, objection, objection. You know what I mean? They objected like once or twice. I think once so far. You know what I mean? But yeah, so say what'd you say, Nate? The reason I say this because this case is so weak, and the way they went about raiding mansions, absolutely, really didn't get nothing. They showed us pictures of high heel shoes and Astroglide and baby oil. Okay, you know what I mean? Like things that normally wouldn't even matter in any other situation or any other case, right? They showed us, and not only that, but the fact that Diddy agreed to turn himself in the next day, that they came and made a spectacle of it, right? And got him coming out the hotel. You know what I mean? And the fact they also offered him a plea deal before they began trial, and he said no. That also tells you, like, no, usually they don't offer plea deals if they got a real good case. It's like, hey, you know what? We got a good case. Okay, cool. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Westmoreland, you got the government. You say you got the government. She was Friday, and that she wouldn't know anything. No, about what I think she's saying is you told the government she was Friday and that she wouldn't know anything. I'm not sure. So now the government probably asked her too. Well, who's your girlfriend? What's her name? Right? And she told the government that her name, that the girl name was Friday. They didn't even question to ask what's her real legal name. They just let the Friday thing go. Just goes to show you that the government really ain't trying to get to the truth. They just want the salacious shit that they think can put Diddy away, right? So basically, you told the government she was Friday and that she wouldn't know anything. Don't even worry. She don't know nothing. You ain't got to worry about asking her nothing. Bongolan said, I'm not sure. You not sure what you told the government? The people who you are actually up here testifying on the behalf of? Westmoreland. On October 4th, 2016, didn't you attend Mr. Combs' concert? Bongolan. I don't remember the date, but yes, I went. But she's scared to death of him. She's scared to death of him. My God, Diddy's gonna kill me. He's gonna hurt me. No, he's not. Stop it. Remember, she said they were doing ketamine, and it was January 2nd of 2018 at the one hotel in Miami. She said they were doing ketamine for 8 hours or 6 hours, 6 or 8 hours, right? This is after what she said, the balcony hanging. She couldn't have been scared of Diddy. She's still getting high with him. What is going on, man? Wow. Wow. Just when you've been following along, right? You can kind of pick up on the little subtleties and the lies that they're telling, right? Ain't it a dirty game, classy? Sandra Love in the building. Letitia F in the building. Mark Jag, welcome back. Block Rocker, welcome back. I Rock Jays, what's good? Kane. Yeah, it's a dirty game, man. It's a dirty, dirty game, boy. You know? It's gonna get better. It's gonna get better today. They got another Jane Doe coming up on the stand. You know what I mean? They got another Jane Doe. I don't know why they scared to go by their real name. If real shit happened to you, you can use your real name. Right? Yeah. If real shit happened to you, like Cassie, real shit happened to her. We seen the tape. You know what I mean? We heard from the guys that, you know, they're all sex tapes. They're all of these things. You know, Cassie wore them, you know, for all intents and purposes. She wore them stripes, man. You know what I mean? And came and testified about it like, hey, this is it. Hey, you got broads. Look, you got females coming in here now. They talking about, I'm Jane Doe. And they met Puffy once or twice or maybe 3 times in his whole, you know what I mean? But now I need to be a Jane Doe. You know, I can't, you know. But, hey, there you go. This is what's happening, man. This is America. He said, what? Westmoreland said, you got the government. We said, you told the government she was Friday and that she wouldn't know anything. She wouldn't? Wasn't she at the party? Didn't she hear Diddy come in yelling? You say you put in the bathroom, right? Bongolan. I'm not sure. She not even sure what she told the government now, ladies and gentlemen. Right? On October 4th, 2016, didn't you attend Mr. Combs' concert? Bongolan. I don't remember the date, but yes. Damn, she's still hanging around. You know. She liked it. She liked being dangled over balconies and still hanging around. And then look, and then you got the people on these networks talking about, oh, that's mob-like behavior. Huh? That's I ain't seen nobody, you know, be subjected to mob-like behavior and then still hang around. I mean, you know, they might know some people. You know what I mean? They might know a lot of things that we don't know, right? Mm-hmm. Just a side note, Bongolan says some of the claims made by her lawyer against Combs were incorrect. No, she said that they were not true. Notice how they used the word incorrect. Right? They were lies. It was just as simple as that. And she fired him, right? Brianna Bongolan said some of the allegations made by her attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, against Combs were not true, is what she said. She didn't say incorrect. Incorrect implies something else. Not true implies a lie. Incorrect implies, you know, it was this, but it was that. No, it was lies, right? Including a claim that he grabbed her breast so hard he left bruises, right? So once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is what they do when they be dressing up these lawsuits. They dress them up and they'll say a whole bunch of crazy stuff, right? Yeah, I wonder who the girl Anna, if it's her, Anna Kane, I wonder who her lawyer is. I wonder who her lawyer is. Very important. There's only been two main lawyers handling these cases: Tyrone Blackburn and Busby. Right? Bongolan says she did not remember all the claims made by Blackburn. My God, she said she didn't even remember all the claims made by him, but told defense lawyer Nicole Westmoreland that some of them were incorrect. No, most of them were incorrect. But okay, we'll go with that. These are side notes I'm bringing you, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of stuff that, like I said, coming from the inner city press, it don't always make it to the cutting room floor from the perspective of the Twitter feed, right? The defense continues to question the balcony incident, right? Defense attorney Nicole Westmoreland has continued to question Breonna Bongolan about the September 2016 balcony incident. Now, listen. So, September 2016, listen, ladies and gentlemen, was the balcony incident. As you see right here on the 40 seconds ago on the bottom, the last testimony, right? October 4th, September, October 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, see, this is, like I said, if you haven't been paying attention. So the balcony incident where she alleged that she was hung over the balcony was in September of 2016, right? Yesterday, Bongolan testified that Sean Diddy Combs lifted her over the 17th floor balcony. Westmoreland sought to cast doubt on the story yesterday by asking Bongolan about inconsistencies in the statement she made during her meetings with prosecutors and her legal filings. Westmoreland is continuing that strategy today, suggesting Bongolan had given inconsistent answers about whether Cassie Ventura witnessed the incident. But more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, she said that she was scared. She was petrified of Diddy. Remember, after the situation in September 2016, she went to a chiropractor. Westmoreland just asked her, did you go to urgent care? No. She said, why did you go to urgent care? She said, I was scared. Blah, 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 right? Do I be damned? If you look at here, October 4th, just 1 month after, right? Do you recall, didn't you attend Mr. Combs' concert? Bongolan, I don't remember the date. See, listen. Once you understand why she said, I don't remember the date, but yes, I went. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if she was scared, the last goddamn place you want to be is in proximity of Sean P. Diddy Combs the month afterwards. When you said that you were scared to even go to urgent care. Ladies and gentlemen, she's lying, man. I'm talking about what I'm observing. I don't know what nobody else is observing. I don't. So Doug Wigdors is Anna Kane's lawyer. Okay. Thanks, Cut Creators. My man, I appreciate that. Yeah, so September, the dangling thing happened. Next month, she at Diddy concert, kicking it, doing ketamine and cocaine. Come on, man. Stop it. And see, like I said, that's what they not telling us, right? You know, when the prosecution asks certain questions, right? They're not giving a timeline dates. That's why she said in this last testimony right here, she said, I don't remember you don't remember that it was a month afterwards. Stop playing. Oh, you remember that what happened. And this is the problem, man. This is the problem. Crazy, right? Crazy. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So they're about to read some text. A judge just asked Miss Westmoreland, Westmoreland, may I read the text? Judge, proceed. Westmoreland, you read Banner and I'll read Cassie, right? She talking to Bongolan. You read Banner, and I'll read Cassie. So Miss Westmoreland is going to be Cassie, and Banner's going to read her own self, right? She said, I don't know what I wrote. Woo! Ah, my goodness. Westmoreland. As Miss Ventura, a Coolio. What time? Bongolan. Love you. Thank you for yesterday. See, we about to get into the crux of this shit, y'all. Hit the like button, ladies. Hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. We very much appreciate you guys. Absolutely. Each and every person for coming back, tuning in, the new people listening, the people in the chat, and the people sitting back, behind the chat, just enjoying what we're doing over here. Straight Game TV, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you. Real talk. I want to see what this Texas say. She said, love you. Westmoreland as Miss Ventura. Coolio, what time? Bongolan, love you. Thank you for yesterday. There we go, y'all. Check it out. Westmoreland, you're asking Cassie if Puff would like a sweatshirt 2 weeks after you allege he held you over a balcony. You see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? I just gave you the game a minute ago on September, October. So Westmoreland is basically saying that Bongolan is you're asking Cassie if Puff would like a sweatshirt 2 weeks after you allege he held you over a balcony. Bongolan, we were trying to be cool. Westmoreland, repeat that. Yeah, we need to hear that one again. Bongolan, we had the FaceTime call and we were trying to be cool. So you weren't scared. Why would she come in the courtroom all of a sudden now and tell people that, you, like I said, this is revisionist testimony, ladies and gentlemen. Right? You see that, Westmoreland? Isn't it true that you continued to see Mr. Combs and Mrs. Ventura because Mr. Combs did not cause you those injuries? Bongolan, part of that statement is true and part I can't agree with. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you Diddy didn't do nothing to this lady. Y'all, you're talking about the neck brace and the back pain and the bandages and all of that, man. Y'all, we need to look, man, look through it. Look through it. Look through it. Once again, Westmoreland is asking her. We were trying to be cool. You said you was petrified, scared for your life. You come in the courtroom and you tell people today, Westmoreland, let's get to the bottom of it. Isn't it true that you continued to see Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura because Mr. Combs did not cause those injuries? Bongolan, part of that statement is true. And part I can't agree with. Which part? You see your phone number on this. Yes? Boy. You will not hear this on the evening news, ladies and gentlemen. You will not hear this on the evening news. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Share it on your Facebook. Share it on your Twitter. Share it on your Instagram. Wherever you can share this, I hope that you give a damn to share it. Real talk. Real talk. Listen. Combs, Westmoreland. This text is from October 15th. From Mr. Combs to you. Bongolan, yes. Westmoreland, Mr. Combs wrote, if you're going to do K with her, at least have the back. Do you remember receiving this? Yes. What he's saying is, if you gonna do ketamine with her, at least have her back. Do you remember this? Yes. I told you they was get high buddies, man. They was get high buddies. If you have not subscribed to the channel, ladies and gentlemen, please do. If you have not, we ain't doing nothing but straight game over here. We are weaving between the web and not getting stuck on that bullshit that they trying to get us stuck on, man. That's what this is about. They want you to get stuck on the bullshit. You can see now how these tweets are going out to 3,700. Shit. When the prosecution was doing the direct, them tweets was at 10,000, 13,000. They do not want this information disseminated to the public. They do not. I'm telling you straight up and down. But that's all right. The informed and educated will prosper. Diddy told her, if you're going to do ketamine with her, at least have her back. So this, you see what I'm saying? They made it seem like he was coming from some kind of wicked ass place, right? Do you remember receiving this? Yes. She hanging around, she got friends. She ain't in prison. She ain't being trafficked. She going to concerts, they kicking it, having a good time, hanging out. Come on, man, what kind of picture they trying to paint here? Right, that's what, exactly, Mark Jack. But he didn't care about her, right? Absolutely, they've been watching that Tisa Tells. Tisa over there just, like I said, I don't know what she over there doing, man. It's kind of sad though, It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad at the end of the day, No, it's not even that. Cassie a grown ass woman, but Diddy's basically saying, no, if you gonna do drugs with her, at least have her back. He said Tisa lies. I heard that, Nate. Absolutely. Tisa over there spinning. Girls, let me tell you what happened in the courtroom today. You ain't nothing happened in the courtroom. Some old slanted ass shit that she gonna come out on her channel and talk about. That's crazy. You see it here, ladies and gentlemen. You getting it right here. That's why she don't do it live like this. That's why Tisa don't tell it like. That's why Tisa don't tell it like it is like this. Right? That's why she go in the courtroom talking about, I got my notes. She want us to believe that she's getting something that nobody else can get. And they've been paying attention to it. They've been buying into it, right? Well, like I said, even that comes to an end once people start seeing through the foolery and the shenanigans, right? Man, it gets more difficult, ladies and gentlemen. It gets more difficult. Like I said, keep it 100 or don't keep it. And like I said, for a lot of times, I understand the fascination with money. You get around a guy like Diddy, motherfuckers start pocket watching and counting what he doing and seeing how he's spending and how he moving and shit like that. And people start to feel some kind of jealousy, some kind of envy or whatever, right? Like I said, man, all you got to do is be comfortable in your own skin. You know what I mean? And if it's something for you, you know what I mean? People see the authenticity in you and that you can be of some value to their situation. It ain't like you always got to come with, or be on the level from that perspective. You know what I'm saying? You could just be yourself, man. just be yourself. You know, it's easier. And like I said, usually if you good people like being around good people. You know what I mean? I had a friend of mine, may he rest in peace, Sean Rooks. Sean Rooks played for the Lakers, the Clippers, a bunch of basketball teams. Sean Rooks actually died on a train. He was going for a job, I believe, as an assistant coach for the Philadelphia 76ers after he retired from the NBA. And I remember when we used to hang out, we used to go to this club called the Garden of Eden in Hollywood, right? And when they would have home games, he would be like, Del, I got you some tickets, at the, will call for the game, And I never really asked him for anything. Like I said, we met on a humble and we would just hang out. He would come, get the little VI bottle service and everything, right? And so I don't drink. And I'm just saying, when you meet people and they got a few dollars, you know what I mean? He came up to me one day, we was at the club, he was like, man, he said, Del, you know what? You know what I like about you? He's like, you don't be wanting nothing, you don't drink, you don't do none of that shit, and you know what I mean? And you just kind of lay back, you know what I'm saying? He said, I fuck with you. I just want you to know that, you know what I mean? And he was like, got a chance to meet his wife at the time, and all of those things. And I say that to say, a lot of times, it's just being yourself. I ain't asking for nothing, didn't want nothing from him. I was just being myself. You know what I mean? And whether he made 10 million or 2 million, it really didn't matter to me because I wasn't counting his pockets. I didn't care. It didn't matter. And I say that to say, like, when you get around somebody like Diddy or whoever else you might meet just be yourself, man. It goes a long way, man. Trust me, authenticity goes a long way, man. It ain't even about all of that. And like I said, if people see that you might be in need of something, because you're around and like, you know what, they like your spirit, they'll help you out. It ain't got to be about all of that. But the games that a lot of these people have been playing, they you know what I mean? It's like, I don't hang around him no more. He did this to me. I need a payday. You know what I'm saying? And for that, when you think about it, it's like, hold on, wow. So how much good can come from that? Even if you get the money, right? What, they gonna go buy some purses, some Christian Louis Vuittons, a new car, that you can't really afford because you ain't working no way, you know what I mean? It came from a come up, right? That shit ain't gonna last long. We moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. So basically, she lied, still hanging out with Puffy the month after she was dangled off the roof, mob style, they say, right? Westmoreland, you remember of the Bad Boy reunion tour? You started on it, but didn't complete it. Bongolan, maybe 1 or 2. Westmoreland, on September 25th, 2016, the tour was at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. True? I'm not aware. I'm not sure on dates. And them drugs, them fried her brain. She don't remember dates for the life of her. Man. Yeah, but like I said, lies sell, but, like I say, we say lies sell. Yeah, like I said, once again, it don't matter at the end of the day. You still got to be you, right? You still got to be you. What they going to do? Go get some more plastic surgery? Go get a BBL? Go get their breasts done? So what? I mean, and they act like, when they go get that stuff done, they act like that changes who they are. That only change your appearance. That only change what you look like. Or better yet, who you appear to be, right? Who you really are, is that still that? If you're a good person, you're a good person. If you're a deep, dark person, you still that deep, dark person. Now with a little bit more, I wouldn't even call it self-esteem. A little bit more, whatever you want to call it. I don't even know. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, people think like as a flex because they hanging out with somebody. Absolutely, right? They think jock riding is a flex, right? It's not. It really truly is. It's so unbecoming, right? Hello. Uh-oh. Boom, 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 boom. Got her again. I don't want no sidebar. Is the judge, is the prosecution asking for a sidebar again? What does Lil' Kim got to do with this? Y'all see it. Westmoreland, he was on stage with Lil' Kim, Bongolan. I don't know. Westmoreland. And at the Harlem, a salute to achievement, right? AUSA objection, sidebar. Please don't let her go here, Your Honor. It's going to hurt our case. We're kind of done with a Bongolan, Your Honor. She's a bad witness. We get it. Miss Westmoreland is just like piling on, and we just want her off the stand. Let's get on with Jane Doe. You know what I mean? She's white. She might sound better. Her story might sound a little better. Yeah, right. See? Crazy, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh, man. Man. What a tangle web we weave, man. Okay, come on. We sidebarring again. You see it. You know, they just keep calling for sidebars, man. You know, that's a tactic of the prosecution. Whenever you're having trouble, your witness is in trouble, call a sidebar. Hopefully the jury will stop thinking. No, not true. Okay, come on. We're having a sidebar. What are you talking about? Wow. Okay. Side note, ladies and gentlemen. Bongolan questioned about the lawsuit 1 minute ago, claiming sexual assault. Bongolan was asked about a lawsuit her attorneys filed claiming she was sexually assaulted by Combs. She said she was aware of the claim when asked if she thought the only way to file a lawsuit was to say Combs had sexually assaulted her. Bongolan said, "I don't recall." She don't recall that she was sexually assaulted. That lawsuit is dead in the water. She doesn't recall. Right. Amazing. I can't believe, like, you know, Cassie got to be sitting at home. I mean, you know, with her new baby and all of that, she got to be sitting at home looking at this girl like, wow. And for all intents and purposes, like I said, for everything that was meant to be or was meant to happen or whatever that's happening now, it's like you got to take a couple of steps back and say, hold on. You know, yeah, he was bad to me, and we went through what we went through, and all of this, that, and the other. But you got to start calling lies when you see them. So now, she said he was on stage with Lil' Kim, Bongolan, I don't know, Westmoreland, and at the Harlem salute to achievement, a prosecution, objection, sidebar. Yeah, she must be going somewhere with the prosecution don't want her to go, because they keep throwing up objections. And like I said, this looks bad, you know, to the jury. It's like, you know, they sit back and ask her, why does she keep objecting, right? And if you're a jury who already is on the fence about guilty or anything, you start really thinking like, you know, hold on, man, what are they trying to hide? You know, that's what you really, truly, honestly start thinking. You know, you start thinking, what the hell are they trying to hide? Why do they keep objecting? Why don't they just let it flow and let the information come out? Because the truth is what the prosecution is supposed to be trying to get at. Well, like I said, according Hustle Hard. No, who was that? I'm sorry. Intelligent Hoodlum. Yo, more importantly, not Diddy paid cash right now. The only testimony that we really have, the Punisher basically said that Diddy threw $100 bills on the bed when him and Cassie was doing it one time, and basically he said that Cassie was the one that paid. The guy Daniel Phillips, the first guy to testify, said Cassie was the one that paid. Cassie made the call. Cassie was the one that said, yeah, my husband and blah, blah, blah. So Cassie was going along with it, right? It kept Diddy happy, right? So in keeping Diddy happy, it kept her in the circumference of a very comfortable and wonderful lifestyle. You know what I mean? One that she couldn't afford for herself. Point blank, period. So like I said, I mean, we can dice that onion any way we want to. At the end of the day, you know, like I told y'all, Cassie went back home to her mama's house after she left Diddy. You know, after being all around that, around all of that wealth and opulence, right? She went back home when she married that dude Wise, Fine or whatever. She went back home. You know, I don't think he really had money. He was Diddy's personal trainer before he was Cassie's. So the underhandedness of that alone, right? It ought to tell you, like, hold on, you basically went after Diddy's girl, and he introduced you to her, and you started training her, and then you started messing with her. I don't think nobody really looks at that how they're supposed to look at that part, right? And so now, okay, cool. When Diddy goes in the Kid Cudi situation, we kind of far removed from that. When she started messing with Kid Cudi, once again, Diddy introduced her to Kid Cudi. Y'all don't see a pattern here? You see what I'm saying? And so when the thing came, when Kid Cudi was down there and Diddy called and talked to Cassie's mom, it wasn't no threat about no, I'm gonna release tapes or nothing like that. He was basically saying, yo, since they together, then I just want my money back that I put up, you know, for him to work with her. That's all. You know, she's wired $20,000, but the wire came back. He didn't need no $20,000 from that woman. He gave her daughter $20 million. He needed $20,000 from her mom. Come on, right? Once again, but this is what they want you to believe. You know, we're talking about common sense, not what somebody wants you to believe. We moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Check it out. After the prosecution sidebar. Here we go. They're back. Westmoreland. Is this the Trump International Hotel stay of Frank Black included September 26, 2016 in-room breakfast for $231, you see? Huh? Once again, is this a Trump International Hotel stay of Frank Black include September 26, 2016 in-room breakfast for $231, you see? So let's get to this. Yes, Westmoreland, you agree one person can't be two places at the same time. Bitch say hard to say. Woo! Y'all see it. She's about to get exposed, and she knows it. Due to her answer, hard to say. And listen, ladies and gentlemen, the jury is listening to this shit. Reasonable doubt is being established here now as we sit here and watch this shit live, ladies and gentlemen. They want to defy odds and all common sense with this shit that they done put up. I need you to understand that. They want to defy odds and all common sense with what they've put up. You see the question. You agree one person can't be two places at the same time. That is a very clear and concise question. One person can't be two places at the same time. Right? Okay. Hard to say. Okay. Smart ass. She made herself look bad, man. Once again, look, watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this. Watch this. You see what they trying to do. I need y'all to pay attention, man. Hit the like button, hit the share button. After that went down, watch this. Ready? Westmoreland. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, another sidebar, but I want you to pay attention. You told the jurors Mr. Combs injured you in L.A. on September 26, 2016, correct? Huh? Ain't that what you told them? The prosecution. Man, we have a sidebar. Judge, yes, you may. Y'all see what's going on now? It's clear, ain't it, y'all? Ooh, don't block with the hate. Come with the game, man. Come with the game. Come with the Westmoreland on Nate ass. Listen, on their ass. She's a liar, and her pants, they just got out of sidebar. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, she was at the hotel spending how much money? How much money was that? How much was the food? $231, wasn't it? Huh? $231. You agree that the person can't be two places at one time, right? Funky, because you heard it from hearsay. We need to get more people in here, man. Get them likes up, man. We need more thumbs up. We more likes up. I'm telling you guys right now, we are watching something that we've never, ever seen before. It is serious, ladies and gentlemen. It is serious. And the other lady that's about to get up on the stand gonna get up eight up worse than that. Watch. Just watch. I'm telling you. I showed you the picture of her sitting on Diddy lap. Right. Now all of a sudden, she coming out 20 years later. Watch. She gonna get ate up even more than that. They ready for all of them. Listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. Back then, when Puffy and them was like, dude, you didn't have to take nothing from a woman, man. I mean, women would, like I said, the times that I had been around Tupac and we hung out, right? The House of Blues, the Hollywood Athletic Club, a Bar One. Like I told y'all about how left eye got into it with Tupac at the Bar One. Because Tupac was talking to this girl. I did the video on all the times that I hung out with him, in the same vicinity. Dude, he had to take nothing from no female, man. He ain't had to take nothing from no female, man. They came in droves. I mean, and if you would never knew that a woman could act that way if you didn't see it when they seen somebody like Tupac. Same thing for Diddy. Like I said, money, power, notoriety, fame. Come on. Right? This young lady claimed sexual assault in the lawsuit. No, goddamn well she wasn't sexually assaulted. They're putting the dates together. She asked you, can you be two places at one time? Ladies and gentlemen, this is recorded. If you feel like you need to go back over this and look at it again because you missed something, feel free to tell us and send this to a friend, right? Once again, because most people are not getting the truth. They're not getting the facts, ladies and gentlemen. They're not getting the facts. You see 2 sidebars in less than 5 minutes by the prosecution, y'all. By the prosecution. Listen, why? They're about to expose her for being a liar. No. Not today. She came with that bullshit. She should have stayed at home. And they gave her immunity. She thinks she a star. You ain't no star. You look like a fool on the stand. And And a lot of these people, you know, they don't understand like the industry that they work in. Like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff that go on in the entertainment industry. And, you know, people see that you out here, you know, 1 minute you want to get high and go to the party and all that shit. Then the next minute you want to get up on the stand and testify against somebody. Like you wasn't at the party. Like you didn't participate in the party. Like you wasn't getting high and doing drugs and doing all of that stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's the part that I'm tripping off. I'm like, wow. Back, ladies and gentlemen, back from the sidebar. Back from the sidebar. At the main bar trying to get a new drink. Let's go. Miss Westmoreland, Mr. Combs did not cause the injuries in the photo you provided with the metadata saying September 26, 2016. Bongolan, I can't agree with that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Ladies and gentlemen, she was at the hotel, at the Trump International Hotel. Donald Trump gonna pardon Diddy if he get convicted. They might as well just let this case go. Don't even do it, y'all. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, you see it. You see it right here. Westmoreland, Mr. Combs did not cause the injuries in the photo you provided with metadata saying September 26, 2016. Bongolan, I can't agree with that. It's not what you agree with. You were in New York at the Trump International Hotel. And they got it from the metadata. The data not gonna lie. Certain things you can't change. Good God Almighty, boy. Woo, woo, woo. You know, the sidebar probably was about because she was gonna walk her through it. She was gonna walk her through it, and they didn't want that. They don't want that, dude. They do not want that. Nah, we get it now, man. So we know mainstream media, man, been lying to us. You know, they lie and they just tell these stories and things like that, right? Check it out. Check it out. Now, check this out. So now they on redirect. Here she, watch what they focus on. Didn't he hold you over the window? Check it out. Redirect. Sidebar. Listen, Westmoreland, a person can't be in LA and New York at the same time. Bongolan, my answer is the same. No further questions. They caught her in a fucking lie. She fucking lied, ladies and gentlemen. She fucking lied. It's that simple. A person can't be in LA and New York at the same time. The metadata, you see it right here, the question at the top. Westmoreland, Mr. Combs did not cause the injuries in the photos you provided with the metadata saying September 26, 2016, Bongolan, I can't agree with that. Right? Westmoreland says a person can't be in LA and New York at the same time. Bongolan, my answer is the same. Westmoreland, no further questions. As a matter of fact, right? Diddy wasn't even in LA. That's basically what they're trying to say. So her saying that these bruises or whatever that is was from that day, like I said, and the crazy part is she couldn't even do a better job of explaining herself, right? She could have been like, well, I took this on another. She didn't even do that. She just said, my answer is the same. What's the answer? I can't agree with that. Wow. Wow. Amazing, man. Like you say, it's she. Boom. Prove the airphone travel, right? Yeah, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. Like I said, the other girl get up there, they gonna come in there and they gonna make a fool of themselves. They trying to pile it on, man. They trying to pile it on. Like I said, you can't sell me doom and gloom. I know better than that. I need to see some evidence, man. You know, like I told people, man, you can't tell me somebody telling and they snitching and doing all of this, man, and you ain't showed me nothing. They said, look. They said, the judge says redirect, and the prosecution says what? Sidebar. Go on, prosecution. Come on back. Listen, what Westmoreland just did is made it hard for a motherfucker to move in that courtroom. She just made it hard for somebody to move. She made it hard for them to move. Which way you gonna go on recross? Because she just proved that one person can't be in two places at once. So now, how do you maneuver around that? How do you put him in the place where you just said that he was doing what you said that he was doing from the bruises that you said you received? And I understand she could have did a better job of explaining that, but she did. I guess she didn't know how. Scorpio girl. Hey. Right? So now, when we talk about that, at the end of the day, one must understand what it is that just happened. That's why they asked for a sidebar. So let's go. We're gonna see. Let's see what happens. How do you maneuver from that one? Okay, they back after the sidebar. Here comes Assistant U.S. District Attorney Smizer. Smizer, did you ever review the notes taken at your interviews? Bongolan, no. So let's see how well she explains to the prosecution, the people that she come to testify for. See what she remembers now, right? AUSA, did you give Cassie permission to put your name in her complaint? Bongolan, no. After she filed, I hit her up to tell her of her mistakes. Tiffany was there. See how clear she is and how much she remember now? Crazy, right? Wow. This is crazy. So Tiffany was there. Let's go. We got love for you too, Scorpio girl. Thanks for the love. Appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, once again, most people, like I said, if we listen to the mainstream media, right? We listen to the mainstream media. We're going to get caught up in what we think is going on and what's supposed to be happening. It's simply not that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's going on. I don't know why they dealing with Cassie's complaint. Like I said, the fact of the matter is, I guess Cassie was trying to stack it up, pack it up and see, to the best of her ability. Cassie got her 20 million. She got 10 million from the Intercontinental. But more importantly, right? Bongolan, the question that was just asked, like I said, once again, can one person be in two places at the same time? You heard what her answer was, right? We knew it was something crazy about that. So now, then when she came back after the sidebar and asked the final question, what the prosecution didn't want to happen was the prosecution didn't want Miss Westmoreland to walk all the way through it and ask her. So Mr. Combs was here, right here. And so the prosecution actually knew where Miss Westmoreland was going. That's why she called a sidebar. She went over there to the judge, Your Honor, this is more like badgering the witness. Did a whole bunch of complaining. And the judge probably told Miss Westmoreland, get to the point. You know what I mean? You don't have to go, all the way around, because the theatrics of it, or the actual long version, spoken in court and heard by the jurors, is way more damaging. I feel like when somebody, walks you through it, and then you have your aha moment, aha, right? And so that's what they were trying to avoid. But it doesn't matter, because like I said, then you have Jane Doe coming up next. Yeah. So check it out. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving on. The prosecutor, when you filed your lawsuit, was it, sometimes they have typos, so because he probably typed so fast. When you filed your lawsuit, was it reports of the balcony the same or different from Cassie's? It was different. Why? If everybody's there at the same place at the same time, there should be really no discrepancies, but they were using a lot of drugs at that time. We're going to be perfectly honestly and clear about that, right? The prosecution, is what you said today your best recollection? No. See, now they trying to do the Michael Jackson backslide. It's what you're saying today is you wanted, before Westmoreland got up there to do the cross-examination, they wanted you to receive that as law, truth, and fact, written by Jesus at the stone of Plymouth Rock. Right? Simply not that. Simply, yes. The demand letters of your first lawyer, did you write them? No, it doesn't matter. Right. I told you, look, they're trying to clean it up now, boy. Woo! Westmoreland then went over there and disrupted some shit. Sure enough. Then disrupted some shit. Right? Did you write? No, your lawyer did. He was trying to get the bag for you, but she came into the courtroom and snitched on Tyrone Blackburn. He wrote a lot of stuff that wasn't true. I had to fire him. Tyrone Blackburn not going to get no more work now. That's crazy. She put him all the way out there in the middle of the court. Not only that, because he files a lot of federal lawsuits, right? Right now, he's in the Southern District of New York. Them judges don't play that shit. They do not play that. In the SDNY, they do not play that. You know what I mean? That ambulance chasing and he has a couple of complaints on him before, like I said, in his lawsuit filed by Little Rod. He put Lucian Grange, Universal Music, Christina Karam, and when it came back, it got dismissed against those three, and it was allowed to keep some sexual assault lawsuit against Diddy to move forward. Like I said, I don't believe that now. You know what I mean? Everything now is kind of questionable. So, take that for what you will. Here we go. We're moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecution, the demand letters that Mr. Combs squeezed your breast so hard you had bruises. Had you said that? No, ma'am. So listen, ladies and gentlemen, pause, full stop. So there was no sexual assault then, right? Westmoreland got to the bottom of it. The prosecution right here, right? Why is she even testifying? When they thought that the sexual assault thing was going to work prior to Westmoreland doing her cross-examination, it was okay. Now that Westmoreland has exposed the fact that it was a lie and that Bongolan basically went back in and said that Tyrone Blackburn made those accusations, right? Here we have it. They're trying to clean up evidence, ladies and gentlemen. They're essentially doing what Diddy did when he was trying to buy the tape, when he bought the tape back from the Intercontinental. Listen, the demand letter said that Mr. Combs squeezed your breast so hard you had bruises, right? Had you said that? No, ma'am. Do you demonstrate? Do you demonstrate hand motions? Please do. Bongolan. He started at my armpit. Were they on your breast? Yes. Get the fuck out of here. I told y'all what it was. Like when you pick a kid up, when you pick a child up, right? Right. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. They trying to clean it up. We understand what it is. We know what they was trying to get at. But when it was going to be in a lawsuit, it had to sound deadly and detrimental and salacious as hell. That's what it had to sound. It had to sound that way. And when she thought she could get away with it, she thought she could get away with it. Right. Right? Were they on your breast? Yes. Was he trying to sexually assault you? No. So why would you say that? Get the fuck out of here. Come on, man. This is ridiculous, y'all. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You got to be kidding me. Were they on your breath? He picked her up under her armpit. You know, the jury's sitting there looking at this shit like, what are we doing? And why are we doing it? What are we doing? And why are we doing it? What is this? Right? Watch Westmoreland on redirect, though. So because it's like, you know, if they could have got away with everything that they got away with, not mentioning Tyrone Blackburn, not mentioning all of that, your first lawyer, your second lawyer, and all of that, come on, man. Ladies and gentlemen, this girl is suing for $10 million. $10 million, ladies and gentlemen. Just wrap your mind around that. Absolutely hustle hard. Absolutely cut creatives. Absolutely. Right. Right. And like I said, they always talk about, you know, when they want to talk about it, when it's convenient for them to talk about, oh, wasteful government money and all of this old craziness, man. They know how to make that argument. Look. Hold on, look. And so Westmoreland came back. Check it out, y'all. Look, here we go. Here we go. Check it out. So they might take a break right now. No, I was not. So I guess, so Westmoreland came back with the redirect, right? Check it out. Westmoreland came back after the prosecution, right? Basically said, in a follow-up interview, listen, ladies and gentlemen, listen. In a follow-up interview with the government, you gave them pictures of your leg injury with metadata, true? I gave them pictures. Westmoreland. When you sued Mr. Combs, you weren't rich. I was not. Listen. Westmoreland. You saw this as a chance to make $10 million, true? Bongolan. The judge would review. Oh, wow, man. Oh, wow. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, you see this shit, man. You can't listen. You can't make this shit up, man. What she say? You saw this as a chance to make $10 million, true? Bongolan. The judge would review. What judge? What you talking about? Right? Westmoreland. It means a lot to you to become a millionaire and soon, right? Bongolan. No, I am not. No, I am here for justice. Westmoreland, meaning money, nothing further. Whew, what a cliffhanger right there, right? I'm here for justice, nothing more, right? Meaning money, nothing further. She crushed her ass. Gotcha. They want to do that again? They want to come back again? Do they want to come back again? And do they want to do the redirect again? I told you Westmoreland was going to come back. Yeah, you here for money, Slim. You ain't here for justice. That $10 million lawsuit not going to work. Did he grab you? Was his hand on your breast? Boy, you can look, when you walk next to people from now on, you got to walk, like, make sure you walk sideways. You know, yeah, man. Oh, my God, he touched my breast. Oh, my God, he did this. Oh, my God, he did that. Boy, you don't know who to trust nowadays. People just trying to say anything for some paper. They saying anything for a few dollars. They saying stuff strange for some change. The judge said, "Thank you, Mrs. Bongolan. Is there an exhibit? Publish it, right? Combs, Alexander Shapiro, we object under Rule 106, Judge. So after the break, jurors, there'll be food for you in there. All rise." They said, look, they're going to take a break right now. I'm taking it. And I'm going to take a break. And we're going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. More importantly, like I always tell you guys, this is supposed to be the young lady, allegedly, that's coming up next to testify. Anna Kane, I believe her name is. She's going under Jane Doe. But this is the young lady that's coming up next, if you will. But more importantly, like I said, if you guys have not got the book yet, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, you got to pick it up. You got to pick it up. You got to pick it up. Like I said, I recently did the interview. It's on Amazon. I recently did the interview on the Art of Dialogue. The interview should be coming soon. Like I said, it's a hell of a book. It's speaking about Diddy, about the quad thing, about a lot of stuff that firsthand knowledge. Donald Richardson is his name, no relation to me. He had been in and out of New York State penitentiaries for the last 24 years, and during this one a bit or jail stint, if you want to call it that, he ran into Tupac Shakur. He was also a suicide. He was an inmate, but he was a suicide watch inmate, and worked real close with Tupac Shakur. Became his confidant. Like I say, once again, you see on the cover of the book, you see the picture of Mr. Richardson and Tupac putting up the middle finger with Tupac with a cigarette in his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, pick up the book. You got to pick up the book. And like I said, the interview is coming on the Art of Dialogue real soon. Like I said, once again, we will be back. We will be back. Your boy DELRAY. We coming back right after the little lunch break they're going to have. Straight game. Let's go.
Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Court still is in recess for lunchtime, but more importantly, I'm gonna do it like this. Let's get into some of this straight game.
Blackjack. Life is like playing cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is I'm going to show you what I was talking about in regards to earlier when I told you that if there's some what appears to be negative news against Diddy, I'm going to show you how people are looking and how people are thinking. What's the sentiment, the overall sentiment, right? And in fact, like I said, when you deal with the truth of the matter, right? You see right here at the bottom, about 31 minutes ago, the judge told Mr. Ignafalo, Diddy's attorney, your client was looking at jurors and nodding vigorously. This can't continue, or I will give a limited instruction you won't like, or other measures, including barring your client from the courtroom. Do you understand? Ignafalo, yes. Now, look at how many views and love and comments versus all of the other ones that I was telling you earlier that people are viewing and seeing at this particular time. Now, I don't know what happened in the courtroom. I can't really speak on that from that perspective. I wasn't in the courtroom. Don't know. There you have it. You make of that what you will. Like I said, I'm not gonna tell you what to think. I'm not here to tell you what to think. Yeah. I don't know if it was brought to the judge's attention that Diddy was looking at the jury or whatever. But me personally, I don't see a problem with it. Why is there a problem? If a broke man looked at the jury and shook his head, it wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, listen, if a broke man, if a same guy, a drug dealer who got caught selling drugs, got a federal case, was actually in court and was shaking his head at the jury, nodding, looking, and smiling, or whatever he was doing, it wouldn't be perceived the same way. This is what I mean by certain people get to look at and get to use certain excuses while other people don't. This is the two-tier justice system, ladies and gentlemen. One must really truly understand that to understand the big picture. Now, I'm not saying the judge is wrong. The judge his observation is his observation, right? But what's the difference between what would be the difference between any other man looking at the jury and basically shaking their head in the courtroom, shaking their head, smiling, right? If the government had a great case, if he felt like, I'm still gonna smile and look at them guys, look at them and nod and so on and so. What would be the difference? It's how much money Diddy got, right? And I heard somebody, one of the other YouTubers, basically say that, he could be looking and try to buy the jury. Right. Or he could just be smiling and nodding because he's smiling and nodding, because they looking at him smiling and nodding. He's, what's the name? And so once again, yeah, that's what happened. That's what, and listen, ladies and gentlemen, you can bet your bottom dollar. Can bet your bottom dollar that that's what's going to be on the news tonight. It ain't Diddy, and then there are going to be a whole bunch of insinuations, speculative comments in regards to what that means and what is it, what's it inferring and what the judge means by that, and all of these other assumptions as to what that could mean and what Diddy could be trying to do. Just as we see with these so-called experts coming into court, trying to testify as to what Cassie was thinking and what she was feeling, why did she came back, and all of these other things, when the experts who are testifying are the people who did not examine Cassie. Right? So you have people coming into the courtroom trying to examine, or should I say, tell us why Cassie went back to Diddy. Right? Instead of asking Cassie. You don't need an expert to come into court to tell you why somebody did something, when right before that expert testified, the person that they're testifying about testified right before they did. And you could simply go ahead and ask them, so why'd you keep coming back? The fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Bongolan, right, did a horrible job. Westmoreland came in and she crushed. Right? The jury's going to decide what the jury's going to decide. That's why you have jury trials. Right? And some people choose jury trials. Some people choose judge trials. Like I said, once again, a lot of the same people sitting here making judgment on people, a lot of times will be jury, judge, whatever, whoever, some people just sitting in the courtroom, or they going through violent situations at home, but they haven't said nothing about it. It's a lot of hypocrisy that we deal with here in America, and we see it a lot of times. But when it rears its ugly head, the coverage is not always the same, right? And so you when you understand that, you understand, like, you know what? It's best that I keep my nose clean. It's best that I stay out of the way. It's best that I stay out of trouble. You know what I mean? Because I'm not gonna get the same shake that they're gonna get, right? But at the end of this life thing, death makes us all even. So no matter if you're, got $1 million or you do well, you're middle class or whatever, death makes us all even at the end. Right? And so, I think that the prosecution is a little bit upset. They're a little bit upset at the fact that the great lawyering of Westmoreland, she came in there and she crushed. The great lawyering of Brian Steele, he came in there and crushed. The great lawyering of Teeny Garagos, she came in there and she crushed, right? Every witness that the prosecution has put up, right, to state what they've been stating, you understand what I'm saying, has ended up working out for the defense. And I still, like I said once again, I still have not seen anybody that has been sex trafficked yet, right? I still haven't. I've seen two people in a relationship. Cassie testified that she watched Diddy have sex with other women, as well as Diddy watched her have sex with other men. That's a fair exchange. Nobody got robbed. Whether he did it more to her than she did to him, they both were in on it together. This is a fact. She testified to that, right? And so, that's what I'm saying. So if she was sex trafficked, then Diddy was sex trafficked too. Right? So, yeah, like I said, it's not a classy, you know what? It's not even that nobody will take the Fed serious after this case. I'm going to just be straight up and call it like I see it. I think it's partially that he's rich and he's black. Right? It's a lot of people that don't like him. I think he upset some people. Like I said, once again, he paid Cassie $20 million. That case was settled, and so they turned it into something that they could turn it into. Like I said, I don't think Diddy has helped himself, being linked to the Tupac situation, being mentioned in a whole bunch of other situations that the government's felt like he's gotten away with. Right? but like I said, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. You know what I mean? Yeah, just a bunch of stuff that they feel like he's gotten away with. But like I said, the Mann Act, like them adding a charge of the Mann Act or something like that. And, so like I said, we're gonna see, where it goes from here, right? And but yeah, that was interesting. The judge making that observation. So like I said, you got to respect the judge, you got to respect the court, and they're back, ladies and gentlemen. They're back. 9 minutes ago. They're back. The jury entering. The judge. I could stay past 4 p.m. My sentencing's been adjourned, so I could stay late. But Miss Shapiro Combs, Alexander Shapiro, I have a meeting with lawyers in another matter. I want to be here for all of Jane, a key witness. Judge, will end at 4. So they're going to end at 4 today, ladies and gentlemen, which is approximately 1 o'clock our time, if you will, on the West Coast. Prosecution first, a stipulation, a seizure at Miami airport of Christina Karam's cell phone. There are true excerpts published, the exhibit, text bubbles with Cassie dangles over ledge. Oh my God. AUSA metadata shows September 30th. Bring witness in. So they're saying that they changed it to September 30th, I guess, as to the metadata shows when allegedly when the situation between them. But like I said, they still don't know where that came from. Was that the day? They still don't know. So once again, so the jury's being brought back in, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Like I said, if this was a domestic violence case, Diddy would be in jail. How long? Who knows? Or if he would be in jail, who knows? You know what I mean? A lot of times, So we're gonna see where do we go from here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. And like I said, they said, prosecution first, a stipulation, a seizure at Miami airport of Christina Karam's cell phone. These are true excerpts published, the exhibit, text bubbles with Cassie, dangles over ledge. Oh my God. Right? AUSA metadata shows September 30th, 2026. Bringing witness. Bring witness in. So I don't know what that means. Like I said, they're trying to clean up. The young lady doesn't know nothing. She didn't know nothing. And all of a sudden it's like, well, they should have shown that. It's like being able to go back in time and being able to show, where they didn't show at first. That right there tells me that the prosecution case is sloppy. Born King, what's good? Andre Styles, Intelligent Hoodlum, Lorraine Sweet, Lisa Montgomery, Classy in the building, Wigglies. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Da 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 da. Told you they running with that the Diddy nodding his head at the jurors. I mean, you know. So the government has called its next witness Enrique Santos. The Santos question is not too expected to take long. Let's see what we got, y'all. Enrique Santos on the stand. I have worked at SDNY prosecutor's office for 17 years. I've done 3,000 cell phone extractions. Prosecutors, these 3 iPhones, whose were they? Santos, Cassandra Ventura's. One had a changed IME number. It had been repaired. So they say Mr. Santos's testimony, it won't take long, and then they're going to get to the Jane, an alleged sex trafficking victim of Sean Combs, is using a pseudonym. The fuck out of here, man. I remember vaguely what this was about with the Jane situation. I think she was at the studio or something like that, and she was smoking weed or something like that, and then she was with Diddy, and then allegedly something else happened in regards to that. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is the same situation that they tried to get allegedly get Tupac on. Y'all think I'm joking? Y'all, when I say that, y'all think it's like, I mean, like I said, something can happen, but the way they characterize things, it could be a problem. And she said now that she been sex trafficked by Diddy. He's into sex trafficking now. He sex trafficked her. Get the fuck out of here, man. This is crazy. I remember vaguely about what this is about, y'all. Y'all gonna trip out on this one. It was more like a groupie situation, if you will. And then, you know, she tried to make it seem like it was something more than that. Y'all gonna see. I remember it now. And allegedly the weed was supposed to be laced with something. Or something to that nature. Told you. So you got to be careful, like, because sometimes, you know, they selectively report stuff too. Stuff that you should know, they won't tell you. Like, I ain't hear nothing about that. Of course, they ain't want you to hear nothing about it. Especially if you relying on them for your information, whoever they may be. CNN, ABC, CBS, whoever. 1 minute ago, the prosecution shows 2016 text from Ventura describing Combs allegedly choking a Bongolan and dangling her over the balcony. Before Enrique Santos took the stand, Assistant U.S. District Attorney Christy Slavic reviewed a screenshot of a text message thread between Christina Karam, Sean Diddy Combs' former chief of staff, and Cassie Ventura. According to the metadata, the photo was taken on September 30th of 2016, right? Ventura texted Karam, "I just found out some crazy shit." Ventura then said, "He came to my house while my friends were here and we were all sleeping, and they woke me up because he was ringing the doorbell crazy at 3 a.m. And when he came in, I went to my room and he went at Bona, choked her, and then dangled her feet over the balcony. This crazy." So this is a text from Christina Karam. From Cassie to Christina Karam. Said Ventura said, Ventura said then said, "I have to stay away." A screenshot recovered from Karam's phone, which was seized at a Florida airport on March 25th, 2025. Enrique Santos now on the stand. So Cassie says she has to stay away. Did she stay away? No, she didn't. So they gave us a glimpse of what they were talking about. That right there was actual context of what the actual message said in regards to being choked out or whatever. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said once again, she basically said that and the cold part about it is it doesn't match up with the story that she told, because she told a story in regards to Cassie throwing a knife being thrown back, and she was asking her how all of those things happened, and and she couldn't answer it. So according to Cassie, she said that everybody was asleep. Right? Yeah, but that's the sad part about how the government works. They don't really care about truth and facts, man. This shit ain't got nothing to do with no truth, man. This has something to do about what I want, or what they want, should I say? Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with the truth. Yeah, like I said once again, yeah, that right. That's what she said she just received it, got the news, you know. So, and like I said, that's hearsay. That's a secondhand information. But that's not how they're going. That's not how they wanted to see it. However, the jury take it. How the jury takes it is the most important thing, right? We moving on, ladies and gentlemen. It's a lot of stuff they talking about. It's just simply not even, I think for inner city press, it's not even worth even printing. USA, if a user takes a screenshot, what is the metadata? Santos, creation date, modified date, where it is stored. This exhibit is another extraction. Santos, yes. Prosecutors, no further questions. The defense, some deleted messages remain. Santos, yes. So that was easy. That was no further questions. Basically, the metadata, whatever. Basically, defense says some deleted messages remain. Santos, yes. You know, it's important. Like I said, when Diddy got all those lawyers, it's important. Like, you know, that certain lawyers are key on certain issues. You know, cell phone metadata. You know, technically sound with technical gear and things like that. You know what I mean? Very important. Like I say, I'm learning. You wait till Jane Doe get up on the stand, y'all, and y'all hear this story. And she basically gonna say that Diddy sex trafficked her. And y'all gonna see what I'm talking about, how similar it sounds to the Tupac situation. If I serve correct that this is the story about this young lady. I remember because I remember the pictures when it came out. The pictures on the let me see. Show y'all the pictures, man. Not that. That right there. See the picture right there? That picture right there was the one that I'm talking about. See, she has the Dolce & Gabbana shirt on, sitting on Diddy's lap, and all of these other things. And what you're gonna, like I said, this is nothing like, you know, what they're alleging in Cassie's situation, like, you know, the male escort, all of this, that, and the other. Like I said, so we're gonna hear you know, like I said, so this is when they said two counts of sex trafficking, right? This is the second count, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Teeny Garagos, the September 30th, the September 30th is the capture date of the screenshot, correct? Right. Yes. Garagos, thank you. Garagos got her again. Listen, so they tried to come in with this September 30th thing, right? They on their ass. See, look, they on their ass. So the September 30th date is the capture date of the screenshot, correct? Santos, yes. Garagos, thank you. Judge, next witness. Wow. So they tried to make it look like the date of the 30th was when it happened, and that was just the actual capture date of the screenshot. See how deceiving people can be? And if you don't know that, Teeny Garagos, evidently, you know, she specializes in that. Like I said, a lot of the stuff that's dealing with the technical stuff, you know, she's dealing with. So she's smart in that area, right? Wow. Amazing. Here we go. They bringing in the witness, y'all. And watch this story, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to call this sex trafficking, y'all. See how she going to dress it up. She got a lawyer too, y'all. Judge, Miss Comey, bring the witness in. AUSA Comey, please confirm that all the exhibit screens in the public gallery are off. Courtroom deputy, they are. Will exhibits be made available by the next day? Filing still not being docketed. So Inner City Press trying to get it on, man. He trying to bring that information. Don't let him hide nothing, Inner City Press. So they bringing in the next witness, y'all. Let's G-double-O. Yet her dad is Mark Gergo. Hey, y'all see how they tried to bring it back and was like, oh, they changed the date? But she basically stomped on the fact that, hey, that was the date of the screenshot, right? They still didn't give you the date that it happened. They gave you the date of the screenshot trying to give something that would benefit their client. And it simply just didn't benefit their client, ladies and gentlemen. Right. So, trying to knock you off your pivot with the bullshit. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So now they said they went from nodding to the jury. Now Combs is making faces to the jury. See how they do? I told you, man. All right, ladies, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Jane Doe takes the stand. Prosecutors. Where did you grow up? Jane, California. Prosecutors. Your level of college. Jane, junior college. Then modeling. Prosecutors. With whom did you have a relationship in 2021 through 2024? Sean Combs. Hold on, y'all. We don't know nothing about this relationship, ladies and gentlemen. This relationship was not made public, ladies and gentlemen. What do you mean? What kind of relationship? She got pictures with Diddy, right? So she that don't look like nobody that had no relationship. Y'all seen the pictures that I showed y'all, right? You see the pictures, right? Hold on, y'all. I gotta go back to this. I got to give y'all this game in real time. Look. So she's sitting on his lap and it's like PD, right? Don't quote me on this. Like I said, I don't know, but this is what she's saying. She's saying they had a relationship, ladies and gentlemen. She's sitting on his lap. Boom. You know, he might was smashing. Who knows, right? Okay, let's go. from 2021 to 2024. We ain't know nothing about her, man. When Cassie said she left, 2018. We never even heard of this girl before, man. Like, dude. Not that we have to hear about everybody. Don't get me wrong, y'all. Prosecutors. Let's go. Here we go, y'all. Prosecutors, call me. What did you call him? Sean Baby Ernie? Why Ernie? Jane. We did that. I was Bert. Sean Baby Ernie. Why Ernie? We did that. I was Bert. When did you meet him? On a girl's trip to Miami in 2020. He was dating my friend. Oh, God. Ladies and gentlemen, what the hell have we got going on here? He was really funny and nice. We went on a yacht partying. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. Come on. See, he was dating your friend? Y'all, this done already started off on the, listen. If you in the jury, if you in the jury pool right now, listen, no, it's a female. Right, hey, Mo Better, what's really going on, man? What's real, man? What are they trying to do, man? Huh? What's going on, man? She's setting the tone. My God. So hold on. He was dating my friend. If you in the jury, you like, he was dating your friend and then you start dating him? Where they do that at? So people are all starting to see the money grab. We were on a yacht. No, y'all was just some girls that party with Diddy. He was dating my friend. No, he wasn't. Who's your friend? What's her name? So you know on cross-examination, right? You know on cross-examination, whoever does the cross on this, we're going to see who does the objections does the cross. So we're going to see what happens, y'all. Woo-wee. Boy. Look. A man pulled out pink powder and you was sniffing some too, wasn't you? Look, check it out, y'all. Jane, he gave me his cell phone number. Prosecutors, call me. Did you see drugs? Listen to this, man. Did you see drugs? Yes. That first night, one of my friends said she wanted drugs. I guess. No, you don't guess. You know that she wanted drugs. Prosecutors, I don't want you to guess. Right? Listen to it. Look. I guess. What you mean you guess? That's why I said that before I even read the other sentence. I'm like, you guess? She said, I guess, right? Prosecutors, I don't want you to guess. Where did you go? The studio in 2-Star. A man pulled out pink powder. Right? Yeah. It's already starting off bad because she said, I guess. One of my friends said she wanted drugs. I guess. Yeah, that's already starting off bad. That's why the prosecutor had to correct her and was like, I don't want you to guess. You know what I mean? I want you to know. You have to know they're listening. Right? Listen. Boy. Good God Almighty. Woo. Jane, my girlfriend was upset. She thought I was getting with Sean. Oh, you were. We left abruptly. Right? So the girlfriend, she said, her friend, come on, man. So we left abruptly. So she was jealous. Prosecutors, the next day, Jane, drinks by the pool. It's like a movie. Cut. Next day, drinks by the pool. Right? Drinks by the pool. So you know she was coached. You can see how she said that, right? Next day, drinks by the pool, right? Then movie night. Listen, drinks by the pool. Boom. Then movie night. In the theater, in his residence. He texted me, I'd like to take you out. I replied that I felt complicated. Well, I don't know what that means, but we're going to get to it, ladies and gentlemen. Showing up. Wow. Okay. This is it, y'all. Prosecutors, where were you living then? Jane, the East Coast. Did Mr. Combs contact you? Yes. He was flirtatious. He invited me to Miami. Prosecutors, read these texts, not shown in gallery. What does he say? He says, call me, Ernie. He says, call me, Ernie. I thought that she was I thought that he was Ernie and she was Bert. Jane said, he says, call me Ernie. Call me Ernie or whatever. I don't know if that's he says, call me Ernie. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Weird, strange, call me Ernie. So now they're going to see who was pursuing who. The prosecutor, Comey. Who was pursuing who? Jane. He was pursuing me, but I was being considerate of my girlfriend. You mean the one that you left with at the party that you... Come on, man. Are you serious? You shouldn't even have been having a conversation with him knowing your girlfriend was dating him. If that's true, right? She shouldn't even have been having a conversation. Like, you know what? I respect my girl. You know what I mean? I don't do that. We don't move like that, right? But evidently, the money, the fame, the yacht, she probably was thinking, you know what? I could take this bitch spot. Woo-wee. Oh, man. Wow. But she got engaged and moved overseas. So he wasn't really dating her then. What is going on, y'all? First, she said, I was being considerate to my girlfriend, who he was supposedly dating, but she got engaged and moved overseas. Well, they must really wasn't dating then, really, right? So I felt I could do this Sean thing. Oh, it was a Sean thing. Okay, prosecutors. They're going to eat her ass up on the stand. Good God Almighty. Prosecutors. Had she been seeing Sean and her fiance at the same time? Yes. Good God Almighty. Woo! There's some in this house. There's some in this house. Let me stop. Oh my God. Bet you that won't get 38,000 views. Bet you that won't get 38,000 click-ups. Let's see. She wanted to be loyal to her girlfriend who was dating her, who had a fiance and dating Diddy at the same time. So what was it? It's fancy sneakers? Or could have been the money and the yacht and the fame? What was it? Tell me. We trying to figure it out. We trying to figure it out. What was it? And now she claiming that she claimed that her girlfriend was dating Diddy when she really wasn't dating Diddy. They might have seen each other, whatever. We don't know what happened or whatever, but she had a whole fiance. So that's a lie. We already know that's a lie, right? And so, cause she confessed when she had a fiance, like you ain't having no fiance, don't even know she got right. She had a one night stand or something like that. If that, we don't even know, but I'm saying, Jane, I went to Miami in January of 2021. He got me a hotel room. No, he didn't invite you to the house. He didn't invite you to the house. He got you a hotel room. Right? Right. Prosecuting, call me. Where did you have your first date? The hotel balcony. Prosecuting, how long did your first date last? 5 days. What you mean 5 days? 5 days? What did you tell him about your past? I dated someone he knew. Wow. Wow. Yeah, you got to watch out. Yeah, sometimes Limitless, you right. Sometimes you got to watch out, man. Yeah, people they come and it's like this can't be her. This can't be her. Right? You say Mark Jack says 50 baby mama? We're going to see. We're going to see. Yeah, that's who it is. Yeah, so I guess it's not the girl Anna. Anna Kane. Like I said allegedly, so it's not her. Wow. Yeah, check it out, y'all. Amazing. AUSA, she said, Jane says, also, my child's father didn't get along with Sean. He said he didn't mind. Right? Comey, how many children do you have? Jane, 1. Oh, wow. This is 50 baby mama, y'all. That's what it looked like. What did Sean say about his relationship? Only my friend, he said it wasn't a relationship. Right? Jane said, only my friend, he said it wasn't a relationship. AUSA, what did you do? We made a lot of love. We walked on the beach. Later, we went on a proper first date, dressed up at restaurant. I was head over heels. Prosecutors, how did you stay in contact? Jane, text. Prosecutors, did you travel with him? Jane, Turks and Caicos. Wow. Woo, woo, woo. What? If she gonna come and testify about her, she got a baby, and why would she want to be Jane Doe when it's gonna come out who she is? Lord have mercy. You right about that. Lord have mercy. Lord, 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 Lord. Whew. I stand corrected. But like I said allegedly, that's who they said the girl was gonna be. So, wow. Here we go, y'all. Woo. Lord, 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 Lord. She said, Jane said, I was excited. I'd never been to Turks. AUSA Comey. What else went in February 2021? Jane, Christina Karam, the chef, the butler, at one point, a barber. Prosecution. How long did you stay? Jane, 9 days in Turks, 6 days in the Bahamas. Prosecution. Comey, were you going to play a video not shown in the gallery? Loud music? Jane, I took the video. Prosecutor, what do we see? Jane, the villa, the vibe. AUSA, what did you tell Sean? Jane, that I was a single mother. On social media, I called myself a content creator. Wow. Woo! Man. So why won't they, like I said, we still don't know if, like I said, confirm 50 baby mama, right? But why won't they just say it? Why won't she tell them, well, him and your, what's the name, didn't get along? This is crazy. Woo! Comey, what was your work? Jane, advertising brands on my social media. Prosecutors, what did he give you? Jane, a love bracelet. He said he'd give me money because he'd taken me many days away. I really appreciated that. How much? $10,000. That was nice. You know what I mean? Took you a couple of days away. You took you for about 9-10 days. I took you away from your work. If that's what you was doing. But that, I don't know if that's what she really was doing because she had a baby by 50, right? If this is 50 baby's mom, right? If she when she getting money, she getting child support at least, right? Wow. The dishonesty, man. Wasn't enough, man. Wasn't enough. AUSA Comey, he said, what drugs have you used before? Jane, ecstasy twice, 2014 and 2015. Prosecutors, you used it in Turks. Who suggested it? Sean, like 10 times. In the pool, he gave me a pill, said it would be more fun. I was walking down the beach with him and I fell. So she said she used ecstasy in 2014 and 2015, right? And then said she used it in Turks and Caicos. Or who suggested it? She said Diddy suggested it like 10 times. In the pool, he gave me a pill, said it would be more fun. I was walking down the beach with him and I fell. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be clear. This is two women that Diddy dated. This is not no sex trafficking. She says she dated Diddy from 21 to 24. Right? So if she dated Diddy from 21 to 24, then that's her boyfriend. Jane, I think I was screaming too. They put me in the shower. KK did. Prosecutors called me. Did you take another ecstasy pill? Yes. Even after she was screaming, right? Yes. But a smaller dose. It made me feel relaxed, euphoric, sexual. It enhanced touch and sense. It made me feel more loving and flirtatious. Like, I mean, like I said, you gotta come with a little bit more than women that Diddy dated and calling them a sexual traffic victims, if you will, right? I mean, at least I think so. Prosecutors, what about coming down from ecstasy? It was like your mind was kind of readjusting, coming down from a high. You're just tired. Prosecutors, in the Bahamas, did you continue taking drugs? Yes, ecstasy. Sean gave it to me. I didn't decide to do it. I was out of control. I wasn't accountable. He gave it to me. I had to take it. Oh, man. God, man. This is crazy. So it's Young Miami, or is it? Nah, Young Miami ain't got no baby by nobody that fit Diddy supposedly don't get along with. Yeah, okay, yeah, classy. Like, okay, why did you take it? Yeah, man, accountability is like, it's like, man, let them do something successful. It was all them. Nobody helped me. I went to school. I put my head down to the grind. Yeah, she has one kid, right? And she said that she dealt with somebody that he didn't get along with. I mean, most of us assuming that's 50 Cent, but we don't know. She said she lived in L.A. and or whatever have you. I would hope that they get to it, or at least the prosecution, right? I mean, the defense. Comey. I said, what about coming down from ecstasy, the Bahamas? You can, ecstasy. She said, Comey, how much did he wire you? Jane, $10,000. We started using the L word. He told me he was seeing multiple women. I was okay with it. So she knew he was seeing multiple. Why? I liked him. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. He told me he was seeing multiple women. He ain't lied to her nothing, right? She said, I kept seeing him. I liked him. AUSA, did you have a sense you had the option of monogamous relationship? No. Okay. Don't be surprised if she came in there to help him. Acting like she surprised, like she testifying for the what's her name? She want her Sean back. Hey, don't get it twisted. Let's see what happens, y'all. Let's see what happens. I'm telling you. Don't get it twisted. You know? So Diddy ain't tell no lies. I'm dating multiple women. You know what I mean? Right. He said these witnesses are remedial. Hold on, y'all. My bad, ladies and gentlemen. So she's saying basically she ain't feel like, she wasn't lied to about having a monogamous relationship. Say, AUSA Comey, until when did you continue dating Sean? Until his arrest, right? Any breaks? Jane, 2, the 2nd in October 2023 for 4 months. Prosecutors, when did you get back together? Jane, in February 2024. AUSA, how public were you? It was private. Like I said, it wasn't something that we knew about, right? If it is 50 Baby Mama, then there's a couple of pictures of them out there. I think her name's Daphne Joy. So AUSA Comey, did you post about your relationship with Sean on your social media? Only once. Prosecutors, where did you move? From the East Coast to LA. He gave me $6,000 for a moving trip. Prosecutors, in 2021, February to May. How often did you see him? Every other week. Something wasn't nothing. Every other week. It wasn't. That wasn't no. What we talking about, y'all? What they had going on, y'all? We don't know. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Ray Johnson. Brian Dow, what's good? Welcome back. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you see what's going on here, right? We can clearly see what's going on. None of these women, and it's not a bad thing, because like I said, some men opt to go ahead and they look out for women and all of that. But none of these women seem like they can really take care of themselves. They look like they looking for somebody to take care of them. You know what I mean? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, y'all. Tell me in the chat if I'm wrong. I mean, it's like, you know, he gave me $6,000 to move. He gave me $10,000 because he took me out of town. You know, I'm a social media content maker and all of these other things, right? 2 minutes. What did he give you, Jane? He was sweet. He would give me money here and there. Look, see what I'm saying? Look, prosecutors, cash, wires, Jane, both. How often did you use drugs? Every time I saw Sean, ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, ketamine, Molly enhanced, like ecstasy, sexual, right? Okay. Jane, horny, cocaine that made me feel alert. I didn't like K. The walls were closing in. Prosecutors, Comey. In what context did Sean give you drugs, Jane, when we were having sex? Prosecutors, what did you learn? Jane, so many things. How he liked to have pornograph playing. So he liked porno. He liked to create his own little thing. And now you can see that he liked watching porn. Okay, he liked to have porn playing while he was having sex. Okay. Like, what does this have to do with RICO, though? What does this have to do with sex trafficking? Who was he sex trafficking? Huh? Let's go. He said, Jane said he liked me in lingerie and with high-end stripper shoes. I was to put on baby oil all over my body and his. Right, ain't nothing wrong with that. Call me. What's type of rooms? In his bedroom. Prosecutors. How was it lit? Get the fuck out of here, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. Jane, we'd had red lights on. Prosecutors. How did you feel? I've loved them. What are we doing? What are we doing? What is this supposed to be sex trafficking? Somebody she said she dated? Hold on, y'all. What's going on, man? Unless we're going to get to something different, man. This is crazy. Huh? Man, look. Ain't nothing wrong with doing none of the role playing, the baby oil. Ain't nothing wrong with none of that if that's what he wanted to do. Are you fucking kidding me? Wow. 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 Prosecution. May of 2021, what happened? I remember that when we would watch pornography, we would have a lot more fantasy conversations. Voice cracks. Prosecution. Do you need a break, Jane? No. We would search things on these websites he wanted me to fantasize. Okay. I guess we getting to the crux of it now. Said more oil, Diddy said. Come on, hold on. Now we got to see what she gonna say now. She said they would search things and or whatever, you know. But let's be clear. You know, I think Diddy probably thought some of these girls they pretty, but they boring. You know what I mean? And they really just didn't get him off like that, right or wrong. You know what I mean? Diddy like, yeah, she pretty, but she boring. She not really sexual. She's not really outgoing. You know what I mean? Sometimes they be thinking that they're pretty is just enough. You know what I mean? You know, he was like, yeah, you beautiful, but it's just not enough for me. Right? Here we go. USA Comey. In May 2025 was their objection. At USA Comey. Oh, May of 2021. I am so sorry. Yeah, see, they trying to get slick, y'all. Look. At USA Comey. In May of 2025 was their objection. At USA Comey. Oh, May of 2021. I am sorry. Were you watching pornography? Jane, Mia, I had been awake for 15 hours or 24. Jane, Mia, I had been. She said I had been awake for 15 hours or 24, getting high. Right. AUSA, what drugs? Jane, ecstasy, Molly. He said I can make it happen. I don't know what they mean by that. AUSA Comey, what did you say? Okay, I thought I was playing into the fantasy, but when I came out of the bathroom, he was staring into his phone, really serious. He said, it can happen tonight. And how did you react? I was like, tonight, then, okay. Right. So they're about to do a freak off. She said, tonight, then, okay. That's what it sounds like to me. They're about to do a freak off, if you will. Jane, then we were in a hotel. I saw the assistant setting up the room. The lights were already red. AUSA Comey, do you remember which assistants? I don't. He said there's someone coming. He knows the guy. I was super nervous listening in. Prosecutors, Comey, who did you think this guy was? Jane, the fantasy guy. It was the fantasy guy, y'all. They was living on Fantasy Island, right? Prosecutors, what did you think would start happening? Jane, sexual things between me and the fantasy guy. He arrives and they are talking. It was a regular hotel room or a suite. Jane, she said, was it a regular hotel room or a suite? Jane, a suite. So she knew what was going to happen. She wasn't, you know what I mean? It's all good, right? Wow. Freaky deaky, that freak, y'all. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. We over here, man. We trying to find out what's really going on this one. She said she was okay with it. It was the fantasy guy. You know what I mean? Fantasy Island. The plane. So my thing again, right? They dating. She said they dating. This what he into. They talk about it. They have a conversation about it. She decide, yeah, the fantasy guy. She wanted to please him, do whatever. What's the name, man? Right? There has to be for you to, that means that this is from my understanding, to be for there to be sex trafficking, you have to be benefiting something from it. What was the benefit? What was the what's the name? The predicate behind that? Like I said, once again, yeah, the RICO predicate, the predicate act is what? He gave her money, flew her out, gave her money to move, and the whole 9 yards. So, yeah, this is crazy. Prosecutors, what did you do? I said hello to everyone. I saw Don, AUSA. Who is Don? One of the entertainers, right? Prosecutors. Published the photo to the jury and not shown in the gallery. No personal information on it, presumably. Jules was shown, and then in the bookseller. And the bookseller was that the Punisher? And the bookseller? Who's the bookseller? Was that the Punisher? The Punisher said that he had a book out, right? Okay. Prosecutor, what next? Jane, I was on the couch with my robe on. My legs were crossed. I was nervous. What happened next? Sean said to stand up. I did and started to dance and get my nerve up. Prosecutors, what was Don wearing? His underwear? Yeah, it sound like the Punisher dude, right? Yeah, like I said, I mean, I don't see how he coerced her, but I mean, yeah, that's crazy though, right? Diddy was wild, man. Guess he didn't get off on the regular. You know what I mean? The regular, just the regular degular, man. Say Jules and the bookseller. Prosecutors, Combs, what was Sean doing? Touching himself. Prosecutors, Comey, was he masturbating? Jane, yes. Prosecutors, was he talking? What was he saying? Jane, becoming encouraging and sweet. I was ready to speed things up a bit. What do you mean? Get it done. So she said she was ready to speed things up and get it done. Okay. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let me be clear. She testified before, just a while ago, she testified that her and Sean were dating right before he got locked up. They were still dating. So what are we here for? Because they were still dating before she. No. I can understand if it's emotional for, it's emotional for. No, what I'm saying is, she just testified a while ago that they were still dating, right? Before he got locked up. Right? So, I mean, nah. It still doesn't, like I said, they can describe, I mean, you can describe something, you know, what he liked personally and all of those things, but she was with it. Right? So I guess they. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the crazy part about this, and I understand, like, you know, most people, you know, on the more high ground of things, right? This goes on more than people care to even mention, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised that they talking about this in court. And it's supposed to be between two consenting adults. Right. Yeah, she agreed to do it. She was cool with it. And not, but like I said, once again, when we talk about, I guess she probably wanted money and he didn't give it to her. Once Cassie got paid, she wanted money probably, and he didn't give it to her. So she was like, well, I'm coming to go and testify. Like, yo. So. I think they're going to treat her different than Cassie. Prosecutors, Comey, what did you ask for? Jane, a condom. What did Sean say? That these guys get tested, I guess, all the time. Prosecution. Later. Did Don leave? Yes. Then Sean and I made love. The next day, I went home. Prosecutors. Any boat trip? A nice yacht day. She was with it. Come on, man. See, what we doing, ladies and gentlemen? They talking about this man's personal sex life, dude. Right? They talking about this man's personal sex life. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. We get it now. Yeah, they out for Diddy. This ain't got nothing to do with no RICO Act, man. This ain't got nothing to do with no RICO Act. People could do this every day, and they ain't gonna be arrested, dude. They could do it every day, and they won't get arrested. They have swinger clubs, man, where they do it all the time. You know what I mean? Grooming who? A grown adult? Come on, stop it. She stayed with him. They were dating before he got locked up. This allegedly right here, this supposedly happened in 2021. They were still dating when he got locked up. Right. So, yeah, this ain't got nothing to do with no. This is his personal whatever he feel like he want to do. That's his thing. She was with it. He was with it. Everybody cool. Why the prosecution got to have such a problem with it? I don't know. I know they don't know what they're talking about. They out here using words just to use words to sound to try to be incendiary, man. It's crazy, right? It was a beautiful yacht day. So they was riding. She was riding high, dude. She wasn't. It was a beautiful yacht day. I hope they're not gonna try to walk us through every incident that they had. Right, Comey? How did you feel? I felt exhilarated. It was taboo. I had a good time with my partner. Hello. She might come there to help Puffy, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, she might have came there to help to get Puffy out because she needs some money for that honey. Did you think you'd do it again? No. Or maybe a few times? Something taboo? How did things change? It opened Pandora's box. Right? Okay. So now she's going to say that it went from her wanting to do it to him making her do it, I guess. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Yeah, don't it sound ridiculous though, man? Like, what in the hell? And when was the next time that you did it? And when was the next time that you did it? And when was the next time that you did it? She said, they asked her, did you think that you'd do it again? She said no, or maybe a few times. Something taboo. How did things change? She said it opened a Pandora's box. I don't think the jury is buying this, man. Like I said, we're dealing with somebody who was they were in a relationship with her. They asked her, well, what did you do the next day? It was a yacht day, right? She said what she said. Then me and Sean made love. The next day, I went home. Prosecutors, any boat trip, Jane, a nice yacht day. They went out on the yacht, chill, whatever. Like this, they having a relationship. You know what I mean? So I don't really understand like the implications of some kind of something nefarious going on here, right? Like I could see if it was like he met a girl at a club and that happened. You know what I mean? They didn't have no history. They didn't have no nothing. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I can understand that. This is not that. This is not that that type of party. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Jane, there was so much of it afterwards, too much of it. Prosecutors call me. How often? Jane, all the time. I went along. Listen, I went along. Right? Okay. Then she goes, later, did you tell him you didn't want it? Jane, yes. In writing or verbally? Both. Many times. Okay. Let's see. This takes Missy Elliott's song, Get Your Freak On, to a whole nother level. Get your freak on. You know what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm saying. So when she comes to say this, I don't understand, because earlier she testified that before he got locked up, they were still dating. Up until the time he got arrested, they were still dating. So what is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't mean, if they wanted to explore his sex life, okay, cool, but I'm still not understanding if she was still there with him, you know what I mean? Then what was she there for? Right? It's like Bongolan didn't even exist now, right? The girl that testified earlier. Prosecutors, what did Sean tell you about your rent when he said you did not want to have sex with other men? Jane, that he'd give me maybe 3 more months. How did you feel? Frustrated, obligated. Obligated to do what? Objection. Sidebar. Now, check this out. So, they're trying to lead into that her, and this is the thing, this is the crazy part about this. So they're trying to lead into, what about if he's paying her rent, right? Let's be clear. We got it. Hopefully they'll get to who the baby daddy is and whoever she said she messed with, and so on and so forth. So if he paying her rent, same situation as Cassie. And like I told you, it seemed like these women get into with Diddy, and he begin to take care of them, pay their rent, whatever else they need, or whatever, however else that works, right? And when it happens, it's like, when you didn't want to do that, okay. What was you doing prior to you? You say you was a content creator. You know what I mean? You was getting money and you was doing all this. Hopefully you didn't drop all of your shit because you met a rich man and then be like, oh, I got somebody with money. He paying my bills. Is da 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 da. If you did that, that's on you. I mean, that's how it normally takes place, right? But under certain circumstances, people not living in reality, they expect you to live in reality and in a different reality than them, right? So with that being said, the question. So what did Sean tell you about your rent when you said he did not want you, when you told him you didn't want to have sex with other men? Jane Doe, that he'd give me maybe 3 more months. 3 more months to do what? To get out? Okay, cool. I don't want to do it no more. I'm leaving. Then you just leave. Right? She said that she was still with him up until the time, this is in 2021 that they were describing this, right? She was still with him at the time that he got locked up. So evidently she didn't leave. He didn't feel obligated. You didn't want to go get a job. You like being taken care of, right? And so this is the thing that behooves me. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody does not get that argument. You can't get that argument. Like, yeah, you know, well, she put me out. You know what I mean? And you know, she told me I had 2 months to get out because I wasn't paying no bills. I wasn't paying no rent. You know what I mean? She said I wasn't having sex with her no more or doing what she wanted to do. So she told me, she gave me, okay, cool. You gotta get out. Go get your own. And you ain't gotta deal with that. Right? You know, most people may see that, oh man, that's no, it's not. Because those are the same standards that you get held to, or, you know, some men, some women, whoever else. This is crazy. So right now they're at the sidebar again, ladies and gentlemen. They're at the sidebar. Right. And they're trying to insinuate something that happened involving her rent. No, her rent ain't got nothing to do with it. They saying, if you saying sex traffic, she was sex trafficked, right? Right? The rent ain't got nothing to do with that. She wasn't getting, listen, and another thing, she wasn't getting paid, and he was, you know, or he wasn't pimping her out, right? Making money off of her and then going making her have sex with men. Right? That's you sex trafficking somebody. So when they try to bring the rent situation into it, right? That rent ain't got nothing to do with that. No. Rent ain't got nothing to do with that. She can go out and get a job. Now I'm gonna get a job. I'm good. All right, cool. Right. Give me some money so I can get back home. Or get my whatever, right? She said he would give me money. I bet she ain't save a dime. She ain't save a dime. Not one penny. You know what I mean? She thought the gravy train would never stop. But like I said, this is supposed to be in 2021. They were still together when he got locked up, she said. So what happened in between then and then? Come on, man. Crazy. I like I said, I just don't understand it. You know, I get the money, I get all of that. But at the end of the day, you know, they're back, ladies and gentlemen. So now, see, they listen, notice when they took the sidebar, that the prosecution couldn't go there. They're trying to make it look like he used the rent to coerce her to do what he wanted. No, that's not true. Because she had the opportunity to get up and go, and they trying to make it look like she didn't have no opportunity. He was on, listen, between 2023 to the time of his arrest, did he pay your rent and make you feel obligated to have sex with other men? Jane, yes. See, told you, right? Prosecutors, what did you two call this night? Debaucheries or hotel nights? Prosecution, how often did you see him? They call it debaucheries, man. Woo! Man. Once again, from what I'm understanding, she didn't live with Diddy, right? She wasn't an artist. They would, according to her, when she first opened up, she said they were dating, right? Jane, she said often. Prosecution, Comey, every time you see him, did you have hotel nights? Jane, yes. Even though we'd spend a day or two together after, it all felt like a hotel night. Who decided when? Sean. On short notice, I always had a childcare ready. She said I always had childcare ready. Right? Okay. So when they say who decided? Sean. No, she decided too. She could have left. You know what I mean? The accountability shit is crazy. You couldn't leave? I want to know who her baby daddy is, because when we find out who her baby daddy is, and her basically saying that, oh, my baby daddy, or I date someone that you might not get along with that don't like you, please, like I said, we don't know for fact. Like I said, if it's 50 Cent baby dad, a baby mama. I'm sorry, her baby daddy is. We don't know if this is 50 Cent baby mama. We don't know yet. Hopefully, on cross-examination, that will come out. If that comes out, right, then we know that she had ample enough time as well as money, right? Because they're gonna bring it all up. Oh, so were you getting child support from your baby dad? How much were you getting paid? So you could have left anytime you wanted to. Watch this. Watch. So it better not be her. You know what I mean? Because if it is, watch this. My God. My God. On short notice, who decided it? Sean? No. If you didn't want to be with him, all you had to do was leave. Right? Jane, basically, I was always put together. USA Comey, what do you mean? My hair, my nails, my tan. He wanted me beautiful. Absolutely. He kept you to the nines. Hey, USA, did you go out with friends? Jane, not after a trip in the summer of 2022. He was dismissive. Prosecutors, in the summer of 2021, Jane, to France. So we're gonna see what that means. That one was kind of confusing right there. I didn't catch that. She said he was dismissive. About what? Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, you can share it on your Instagram, your Twitter, your Facebook. Like I said, we over here getting to the bottom of it. We still don't know who she is yet. Some people may know or may think they know, may got some inside scoop as to who this is, but we still don't know who she is yet, ladies and gentlemen. She said, I went to the south of France with my friends. He was angry in the voice notes. Comey, who did he want you? He said, well, how did he want you to look? Jane, straight hair, ponytail, when we had sex. He wanted me to pierce where? My nipples. AUSA Comey. We'll talk about that. Okay, come on, man. The fuck is this, man? So he wanted you to pierce. He wanted her to pierce her nipples. Okay. So what are we talking about? Mary Lou in the building. Black Rock, Intelligent Hoodlum, Mark Jag, Anthony X, welcome back. Natesman. How you say your Natsman? Natesman? I thought it was an M, my bad. Lorraine, Ann and Lee, Bill Jackson, Wiggly's, Mary Lou, Anonymous, Aubrey Allen, YouTuber, Black Rocker, Anonymous 3. Yeah. Basically what they said, everything all his fault, man. Everything all his fault. This is crazy, man. I want to know who she is. I think that's going to help us understand everything right now. Like I said, she said, you know, if like I said, we'll see. Hopefully we'll find out. AUSA Comey, between 2021 and the break in 2023, how much money did you make and how? Jane, social media posts, but that went down because of my presence went down. I was focused on Sean. He would give me money here and there. How much at a time? Jane, $20,000. Right, you was his girl. He's supposed to look out for you. Right? Yeah. You see, now, if she wasn't going to the south of France, if they wasn't going on the yachts and having time together and all of these other things and doing all of the things, you could relate that to that. He's taking care of it like he took care of Cassie. Once again, if he's giving her money and doing all of these things, it's like, what are we talking about? How often would he give you $20,000? Right? She said, how much at one time? We need to know how often. They're going to try to take this. The prosecution going to try to take this. They might try to do what they did last time, try to take it into the weekend, right? Tomorrow, Friday. So we're going to see what happens. Yeah, man, they like the money and the lifestyle, man. It's, somebody giving you $20,000 at a time and buying you all of this, paying your rent and all of that, and yeah. Prosecutors, did you tell him you wanted to make your own money, Jane? When OnlyFans got big, I told him I wanted to do it. Are you fucking kidding me, ladies and gentlemen? She wanted to be on OnlyFans, y'all. Good God Almighty. She said, Comey, hey, USA, did you tell him you wanted to make your own money? Jane, when OnlyFans got big, I told him I wanted to do it like one of my model friends. He gave me this hesitant energy like, no. Prosecutors, Comey, what is OnlyFans? Jane, subscribe to models. I do nudity. Oh my God. Look. Skyrocket. So she would show her body for money. She would show her body for money. For chips, for $5 photos and all of this other, man. I've never been on OnlyFans, right? But like I said, I don't know, man. She said, I do nudity. What? Hold the fuck on. What in the hell? What in the hell, ladies and gentlemen? Hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Share on your Facebook page, please. Tell them we over here on Straight Game TV, man. We giving it up. We trying to keep it close to the vest. We trying to weave past all of the nonsense in the games, ladies and gentlemen. It's not even funny. You know what, Cut Creative? 50, because he got a baby by her. I can't, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, wow. Yeah. She said, I told him I wanted to do OnlyFans. I told him I wanted to do it just like one of my model friends. He gave me a hesitant energy like, no. Prosecutors, Comey, what is OnlyFans? Subscribe to models. I do nudity. Are you serious? Yeah, pimps get paid, Lorraine. Yeah. Pimps get paid. Lorraine trolling. Like I said, if you're gonna troll Lorraine, we don't do that over here. Like I said, if you got something substantive to say it. But you know what I mean? Like I said, at the end of the day, I get it. You might not like Diddy. None of us here per se like Diddy or dislike Diddy. You know what I mean? We just trying to stick with the facts, as you can see right here. I don't know if she said I was gonna do OnlyFans. She said I do nudity. Now what the hell that means? You know, in the OnlyFans world, I guess girls, whatever, I don't know how much they do or whatever they do or however they do, you know, but yeah. Oh man. Comey. But no sex acts, Jane, right. But he didn't approve. Prosecutors, why did you feel you needed his approval? I felt he was my boyfriend, right? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. See? Sealed exhibit. What is this? My lease. April 4th, 2023. Prosecution. Comey, how much was the rent each month? Jane, $10,000, ladies and gentlemen. $10,000. Sean said, let's do a love contract. It was a flirty thing. He asked how much allowance that I want going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, Diddy was being nice to this girl, man. I said 15. He said 10. AUSA, 10,000, yes. I wanted a beautiful home for balance. Ladies and gentlemen, what the fuck are we doing here, ladies and gentlemen? What? The man is putting up $10,000 a month for her to live. She said 15. She wouldn't even, listen. She said 15. Right? Said 50 had Black Rocker said 50 had her slumming, sire. Well, no, if it is, like I said, we don't know. I don't know if it's Daphne, but if it is Daphne, right? What we gonna get to is what money she was receiving other than that. Because from what she said, you know, what other money she was making, she said content creating, right? If she was getting any money other than that, well, you getting, you know, we gonna see. It's gonna get to the bottom of it, right? Wow. And so basically when he said, let's do a love contract, right? He basically saying, right, absolutely. No, this was in LA. This wasn't in New York. This was in LA. Check it out now. We said, according to 50 Posts, what's that, Trill 88? Wow. Lord have mercy, man. Lord have mercy. Prosecutors, Comey, what's this? A wire transfer. Prosecutors, to pay your rent? Yes. AUSA, who got you plane tickets to fly to the hotel nights? His travel agent, Jess, or KK? Get out of here. They trying to make like him flying her. It wasn't flying to hotel nights. It was flying so that they could be together. Now what would happen at those nights is a whole nother thing. But she was flown to be with Diddy. She wasn't flown to do what they see how they trying to do it. They're trying to make it seem like, oh, so who flew you to the hotel nights? No, they didn't fly you to hotel nights. They flew you to be with Diddy, right? Now what would happen there then would be something different. Yeah, this is crazy, right? They trying to make it seem like, well, who would fly you to the hotel nights? Right. His travel agent. Right. And so, like, he was paying her rent. He was giving her allowance of 10,000. He was, hold on. So that's like 20,000 a month. Giving you 10, paying your rent. You straight. At least you should be anyway. Wow. What were the hotel suites like? Red lights, sheets everywhere for the excessive use of baby oil. Prosecutors, Comey. How many bottles? Objection. Sustained. You know what I mean? What? Like, come on. See, it gets into a little bit of ridiculous. That's why the judge just sustained that objection, right? Per hotel night, 2 dozen bottles or more, right? But baby oil smell good too, though. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like, you know what I mean? So I don't know, you know what I mean, what they was trying to, other than the slippery slide move, right? I don't know what else they was trying to, hide or whatever, but I'm just saying. That's a lot of sliding around, though. That's like, it's crazy. You said 2 dozen bottles, man. Tanya V said, I don't want to be all slicked up. Funny, yo. Slide you down the hallway. Hey, look, y'all, you being there with your loved one, y'all be all babied all up. Somebody be like, you better slide your ass on out here. It's funny, man. Tell a motherfucker. You tell her, say slippery slide, man. That's crazy, man. That's Diddy, though, man. We learning a lot, man. We learning a lot. See, we got what? 9 minutes? That's what they said, 9 minutes. They said they're going to go till about 4 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Diddy like his baby oil, man. Diddy like his baby oil and his Astroglide, man. Hey, now, most people ain't going to admit, right? A lot of people are going to be trying the baby oil move, man. They might not use as much, but you got a lot of people, Diddy done piqued their curiosity, man. You know what I mean? Diddy done piqued a lot of people's curiosity, dude. Yeah, right. They're trying to say Diddy made his money off of baby oil wells. But like I said, at the end of the day, the baby oil thing is like, it's like, like I said, I don't see the relevance of that. Like, okay, use baby oil. So why the prosecution would be asking that is to what? Show a pattern that he like baby oil? I mean, I really don't know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when you sit back and you think about this in all actuality, it's like, what's the catch? prosecution, Comey, this night exhibit not shown to the gallery. Where was the hotel night, Jane? In my apartment. Prosecution. What did you wear during these hotel nights? Lingerie, high stripper shoes. She already said that, man. Prosecution. What would you and the other men do first? Objection. Rephrase. Yeah, but she already said what she would wear. They already discussed that. Like I said, now you know what? Now it's kind of running. It's kind of running. It's running. You know, kind of beating the dead horse now. Because other than what she just said, she mentioned Diddy was paying her rent, and so like I said, there has to be some kind of benefit for him. Let's have a love contract rather than get married. I love you. I take care of you. It's all good. You know how much your rent? Where she want to live? Her apartment. $10,000 a month. Okay, cool. It's all good. $10,000 and gave her a $10,000 allowance. Dude, think about it, man. Think about it. She getting $20,000 out. She getting $20,000 a month. She ain't even his wife. She just his girlfriend. Yeah, I would have to say that too, Tanya V. You know what I mean? You know, different strokes for different folks. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't think he wanted to get married. I think if he was going to marry somebody, it probably would have been Kim Porter, right? But I mean, it wasn't even about that. It was a mutual understanding between consenting adults, right? And now how they're trying to rephrase it is as if it was something sinister going on. Well, I would say that at the end of the day, she was receiving the brunt of the benefits off of his hard work and effort that he had put in, giving her $10,000 a month. Her condo or apartment was $10,000. Gave her $10,000 a month, spending money or whatever. That's $120,000 a year, right? So most women on their own don't make that much. You know? Let's be clear. And that's not to say that she was wrong and he was right or whatever. You know, understanding what we hearing from the court and the testimony, that's just simply what it was. Yeah, that's simply what it was. I mean, you know. And like I said, she said that she was dating Diddy, right? She said she was dating Diddy right before he got locked up. They were still dating. So how do we rationalize that? You know, she still was with him. She didn't leave. So it wasn't Anna. It wasn't Anna, ladies and gentlemen. We still don't know who it was. We still don't know who it was as of yet, right? We still don't know who it was, but it wasn't Anna. Like I said, we thought it was her. It was alleged to be her from other reports, but like I said, we still don't know who it is. We don't know if it's Daphne Joy yet. Like I said, as people were saying, like I said, because this young lady said she wasn't getting no money. She said her money had dried up from when she was doing content creation and modeling on the internet or whatever have you, right? So, yeah, we're going to see. Yeah, we still here. We still here. We back. think they probably got room for probably one more question. Like I said, the judge said that they was going to end at 4. But we're going to see. We'll see what they do. Yo, most people looking at this situation, they like what? She was getting $10,000 a month. She wasn't even married to him. What they talking about? If they want to take it later? Yeah, this is bizarre, man. They taking the dude sex life and they bringing it to the public, trying to act like they got a RICO case. This is supposed to be victim number 2 to sex trafficking, ladies and gentlemen. And I guess what they're gonna say is he had the psychological control. And you know the funny part, what I thought was interesting? She said, "Why did you feel like?" They asked her, "Why did you feel like?" When she wanted to do OnlyFans, they asked her, "Why did you feel like you needed his approval?" You heard what she said, right? She said, "Because I felt like he was my boyfriend. Not like I felt like I was being coerced." Right? Well, it's not even that. It's like a lot of times the young lady in this situation, who's that? Dinek. A lot of this young lady here, once again, when we talk about Classy and Dinek, when we talk about she was still with Diddy. It wasn't that. Like I said, this drove it into a whole nother situation. I guess upon the evidence and the things that they were doing or whatever they were doing, you know, why she's there, who knows, whatever. She could have been mad that Diddy paid Cassie $20 million, and she didn't feel like she got her thing, and she was participating in the same activity as Cassie was. He didn't break her off like that. He was only giving her $10,000 a month and paying her rent. You know what I mean? And Cassie, whatever. So I'm almost certain, you know, this young lady here is going to have a lawsuit, but it won't get dealt with like Cassie's, because Cassie was the first lawsuit to be filed. And Cassie was if you want to call opening a Pandora's box, Cassie lawsuit was the first lawsuit that opened the Pandora's box for every lawsuit. Right? And so now, you know, they're trying to paint the picture like she was sex trafficking. She wasn't sex trafficking. She just said that she had the thought about joining OnlyFans. Right? Like joining OnlyFans? What you mean? So you mean you gonna forsake? And, you know, that probably was part of the game. You know what I mean? She was throwing it. I could join OnlyFans like my model girlfriends. Get the hell out of here. You know, unless you extremely, I don't even know, successful like they say some of these girls in the news are, right? You not going to make that kind of money that Diddy was giving her on OnlyFans, being his girlfriend, from whatever perspective that they thought they had something going. You know what I mean? Right? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The prosecution, Comey. Who would you greet? Jane, the entertainer. I was on drugs. Sean told me to touch myself. Then sex. Prosecuting. Forgive me for asking, but oral or intercourse? Jane, oral. Later on, I would be with Sean. Would you clean up the ejaculate? No. Wow. See, they trying to humiliate him. They want to humiliate him, y'all. You see that? The question that she just asked. Look at what she just asked. They trying to humiliate him. They want to humiliate him. Yeah, they want to humiliate him. Yeah, you can see that totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. Like I said, the Punisher on Cameron basically talked about the same thing. Right? So, she said, what would the prosecutor say? Comey, would you who would you greet? The entertainer. I was on drugs. Sean told me to touch myself. Then sex. Right? Comey. Forgive me for asking, but oral or intercourse? Oral. Later on, I would be with Sean Combs. She said, would you clean up the ejaculate? No. And I mean, I don't know what that means when she asked that question like that, you know, from that perspective, but I don't know. That's left, but that's the humiliation. They want to humiliate him. Mm-hmm. They want him to be humiliated. Plain and simple. AUSA Comey. How long were the hotel nights? Jane, 20 or 30 hours. Prosecutors, we could break here. Judge, jurors may start staying. We may start staying later. Do not speak with each other about the case. All rise. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate each and every one of you today for dropping in. Tomorrow we'll be back broadcasting live. Like I said, your boy DELRAY. More importantly, I like to bring you back to the book. If you have not picked it up, please pick it up. Brother Donald Richardson, no relation, Amazon.com. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, Rikers Island. Like I said, based on the true story. No lies, no games. Like I said, once again, we appreciate you each and every day for coming through. Let me give some shout outs. Shout out Aubrey Allen, Tanya V, Classy, Anthony X, Diane Trill 88, Queen for Life, Annan Lee, Aubrey Allen, Intelligent Hoodlum, Mellow DC, Lorraine, who else? Through Manga, Mark Jag, Fact Check TV, Cut Creatives, who else? Let me see. Ray Johnson, Notorious Teddy, who's that? Vet Gorilla, Sash Dre, Letitia F, Kane, Tanya V, Lisa Montgomery. Thank everybody for coming through. If I forgot you, blame my mind, not my heart. Universal LASIK, Anonymous 3, Kim Johnson, Anthony X. What's that? Kiana Carver. Like I said, once again, appreciate you coming through. If you have not got the book is on Amazon, ladies and gentlemen. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur. Once again, we'll see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you. Your boy DELRAY. Straight gang.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother